Yeah.
Absolutely trash.
And we don't have anything like
You
that.
just, you know,
I have
Nothing out
just
there.
with the coffee shop.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Beautiful,
Oh, yeah.
and he like that. Oh, my beautiful coffee top with pancakes.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's,
Yeah.
don't forget.
Crazy.
But he just knows he's
Yeah.
true.
That's a.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, these kids, it's so much fun.
Not anything
They
we
had
can
a
do about
blast.
it.
We need to just leave them alone.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Dennis is.
That's what I tell her.
Oh, people are so dumb feeding them. There's a half within our neighborhood that's feeding the fox, so I want to read
Well,
it.
it's not only that, so the state of Vermont
So dumb.
in their infinite wisdom, decides everybody needs to compost. Well, guess what? That attracts.
Actually, it doesn't. We compost, it's never.
Well, you're
But we don't do peats.
Hi, Dennis.
We don't bring predators.
Well, they're.
Can you
they're
hear
not-
me?
They're vegetarians for the most part. I mean, they'll eat, they're opportunists.
The raccoons will eat anything.
I'm not
The
sure if he
raccoons will
can.
eat it.
But they've never had.
No, he's on
It's
mute.
not exciting.
Oh, he's on mute. Yeah.
Mind you,
You're on mute, Dennis. That's
You
why
got
I
a
didn't say
barrel?
anything.
No, I have a big bin.
And then I'm just gonna start this one.
We
Maybe
keep
they
it,
can't get in it.
right, we keep it in the house until it's sort of pushed out, and then I take it out and put it in. It's not attractive.
I heard it.
Because there's enough other stuff.
But those barrels that
Yeah.
you turn.
Yeah.
They love it.
Probably.
They can't get in them, but they love
But
it.
it's fun,
No.
it's occupational therapy.
Well, then it cracks.
Yeah.
Well, in West Side Market, Corey's got them on films.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
got one of the bears, probably from our neighborhood, jumping up and down on top of his dumpster, just trying to get into it.
I was looking through old stuff, and that stuff on Majority Road, it's in the square. It's highlighted. This is VLTC's version of it. Just for the fact that you need a vote of
You're recording this,
Majority
we'll stop
of
it.
the
Maybe the
entirety.
red light goes.
Pardon?
Concurrence of the
Did they
majority. Okay.
change that last year?
Now, we didn't actually reference that anywhere in here.
No.
We had a discussion. about it.
We should think about whether or not it should be in there. The Planning Commission, changed it about 2 or 3 years ago and put, that language in that should be given a vote of the majority of the entirety, basically.
It's really raised hell with NBD.
I'm sorry?
It's really raised hell with NVDA because the membership is so wide.
Yeah.
That trying to get a quorum of the board, the entirety of the board at any meeting, that's
Sure.
impossible.
On
But on the other hand-
other hand, raising hell with NVDA is not a bad thing. They do need a little more.
So they have the executive.
But you wouldn't want 2 people out of a board of 5 to be deciding simply because only 3 showed up. Should be.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they could do it different.
Is Travis coming? Was he here last week?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't
Hi,
heard
Jen.
anything different. I can text him.
Who wants some of the run?
Get that album on.
I think so.
You guys hear us all right?
Just, no.
Hi, Dennis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I was down trying to fix Claire's internet problems.
Oh, yeah, have fun with that.
Is that picking up?
That was the discussion we had
It's gonna
earlier.
be a little closer. Let's go shut this off. There we go. Good morning.
Okay.
Now we might as well call the order.
Okay.
Eagle six.
Eagle 6.
We ended. Completed the, did you go online and look at? any of that? So we completed the, what portion of
City
the
clerk.
treasurer thing. We got through to 7 and then we stopped. That was almost, yeah. We discussed,
Okay, so, I was a little. So in the current charter, it's written as a paragraph, right?
yeah, we
And then
haven't
we
decided.
cross-referencing with the proposal, is that what we were doing?
So I think we might want to decide, do we do it numbered or do we just do it all in a paragraph? That we should be consistent, you know?
Yeah.
So the city council powers. Did we number those? We kind of did, huh?
We did the city clerk, we numbered it, but
Yeah.
then we were trying to decide if we needed to number the city treasurer to be consistent.
Yeah, I think we probably should. As long as I think we should do it all city. City manager and the whole thing. So.
Yeah, well, it's
But that's
easier.
kind of, I think what we need to do is agree on the contents and then we.
Then go back to
and
format.
Format it.
That's what I said too.
Because we get a little bogged down sometimes with this word or that word.
Yeah.
We can better.
Yeah. Get that stuff out of it.
With respect to city treasurer, I was thinking, and I was wondering whether or not we wanted a sentence in there, something like, if the city treasurer, is alerted to a financial problem or a financial irregularity, that he should immediately report, he or she should immediately report that to the city council.
Yeah,
I think that would be useful because there were some problems that they felt that they had reported, but maybe the city council didn't get. And then should the city treasurer report it above that, if he gets no response from the city council, like to, I don't know, who do you report it to in the state, the Secretary of State, or? Is that something you'd want to do or not? I don't know.
well, it certainly would go along with our whole idea of a checks and balance.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Would you want, so if they find something that needs immediate attention, would it make sense that they would notify the mayor, city manager, the mayor, the president of the council, and then bring it to the full council at the next council meeting? That way you've got
Yeah, you've got
You know,
different
you've got-
eyes.
hierarchy knowing about it. They can call a special meeting if it's urgent enough. And then the rest of the council would be notified.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought there should be some provision in there as to how, whether or not the treasurer should sit on it.
No, yeah. Yeah, well, I guess we don't want that.
No,
Again,
But well, so we're at 7. We went through to 7 and then we stopped. So the next, there's not much. When you get to city treasurer, I mean, we just pretty much replaced all of what was in currently, because it really doesn't apply. A lot of it's elected versus not.
but it could be another duty.
Yeah, it could be number 8. And then we still need to put that transition clause in. We discussed here, so we put the transition clause in the city clerk. We should word it exactly the same stuff.
meaning the city clerk shall be
Yeah,
appointed, is that
yeah.
what you're calling your
Yeah.
transition clause?
And I think that in the city clerk, we actually listed it as. transition
You
clerk.
put, the city clerk shall be appointed by the city council and shall have the duties, rights, and authority of city clerks as provided by law, unless,
No,
This would be,
13.
this
No,
would
no.
be 13.
The very last, the very last.
oh, right there, sorry,
Yeah.
13A. So you've got a 13 and then a 13A. The incumbent elected city clerk, oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. So we need that, we need
Okay.
that exact same language.
But call it 14A?
Yeah.
No, you can't, because we've got a 14A.
Well, no, you're on city clerk. go back to treasurer, we're only at 7 right now. So it'll be 8 or 9 or what.
Oh, so you're saying put the transitional clause as one of the numbers?
Well,
Last-
we did it
Oh,
as,
no, you want it as a 14.
we did it as an A.
Okay,
I
so
don't
what
know if
I'm
it's
saying is,
14A.
we have a 14A in the original charter called collector of taxes.
And you're gonna, I think. We haven't got to that part yet.
Right.
We're still gonna do that. No, we would, it would still be under city treasurer. It would just be A at
Yeah,
that
that
could be the last
That
thing.
could be 14C, change.
Well, why would
or
it
you
be
even
14?
be-
Why would it be 14? I guess that's what I'm.
What collector of taxes, just because of it now.
Yes.
So collector of
Oh, wait a
taxes
minute. Okay.
is
So-
listed as 14A.
Okay, so you're talking about collectors of taxes. I'm talking about the transition clause for the church.
Right, well, what we're saying is, so
The
in,
charter.
in the charter now, collector of taxes is listed as 14, so we would just have to.
So we
make
can't
that
change this
14B or
to,
something.
Well, let's keep that
Depending on-
14A. I still don't know why we're confused. Go ahead.
You realize you just started the meeting by saying you weren't gonna worry about where it goes. Put it in the section and worry about rearranging the section.
Well, at this point, yeah, we have to put it in.
okay, so I'm
So
gonna
in
copy
the, in
this.
the city, let's see if I can be clear about what I. So in the section that we did, city clerk,
We've already,
At-
if
at-
you look at 3, we've already.
I don't know why we call it 13A under the city clerk. What's city treasurer? Is there a number on that?
14.
14.
If you look at 14,
Oh, I see.
we've already dealt with collector taxes.
How about for right now, I just put it on number 8. It just says transitional
Yeah, that's
clause.
fine. As long as it's in
Incumbent
it. It should
city,
be the last thing though,
treasurer.
because it's only gonna apply
Yeah.
for that term.
Yeah.
And after that,
Yeah.
it's gonna be. nothing.
Why wouldn't it be the first? Yeah. Certainly should not be in the.
It should either be the first
It-
or
When you,
fourth.
when you number things, they're not in any order of importance. They're just, that's what it is. One's not more important than number 10.
Okay, I have it in, and I've changed the word clerk to treasurer,
You put it under just.
and I've just got it in here, under 8. Yeah,
Okay, so do we need anything beyond that, I guess, because that's where we stop.
Yeah.
And,
definitely need that transition.
yeah, I mean, did we want to add anything
Uh,
Or
else?
did you want to
Mine
put
Here.
what Ian is talking about as far as,
Right,
Chain of command, really.
well,
Well, chain of reporting response.
right.
So for here in the original charter, or what you did last week, it's saying number 10. I don't know if that's true or not, but the city clerk
Yeah,
shall be,
that's gonna be changed to city treasurer, shall be, you gotta just swap those.
okay,
where are you now?
I'm on what looks like 10 that you guys did. But it's probably here. It's probably 9 since I added 8. So this now goes to treasurer. Shall be eligible to hold the office of city clerk. You have to have that in there.
Yeah.
And then you put a note that says, move to the end of the list to be consistent with the city clerk.
Try to make them.
It shall be the duty of said treasurer upon the receipt of any rate bill, da, 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 da.
So in 10, under city clerk, we put the city clerk may also be appointed the city treasurer.
Okay,
period.
so I
So that
changed
could
that.
be the city treasurer may also,
City shall be eligible to hold the office of city clerk.
Yep.
Okay, I've got that.
Okay.
Keep going.
um,
Anything past that is just what's in,
What you've already done.
no, it's what's in the charter now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
The-
that's what
The
it,
city clerk, or it shall be the duty of said treasurer on, I mean, that's just, what's in the charter now. And it's all about tax.
I thought you guys said you were gonna eliminate that part.
What part?
I thought you eliminated the rest of the city treasurer.
Basically, everything after, from the third sentence in the original charter.
it, sh- it shall be the duty of said treasurer. So I'm striking through that.
I don't, did we talk about the sentence, for the bottom? The city treasurer shall keep a separate account of all monies appropriated for the use of schools.
Mm. And the water,
Well,
Does the city treasurer now deal with schools, or is that done through the SU?
in. So in number 2, it says city treasurer shall keep accurate uniform records of all cities' accounts, including municipal and school taxes, bonds, notes, grants, short-term, and other
Okay.
funds. So don't that
That's
cover
there.
all of that,
that's there.
including water, other funds, everything?
Yeah, so I can strike through all that.
We just have to remember what we put in 27, because so it's not.
And actually, it's a section of this that raised controversy and still creates an issue currently, which is that this section that says it shall be the duty of the city treasurer to collect all water rates that may become due for the use of the city water. But no compensation shall be allowed, said treasurer, for the performance of the duty. And that meant, well, for years, water and sewer were not charged for the services of the billing that the Treasury Department treasurer did.
Right.
That was like history forever. And then all of a sudden, Laura Dolgan decided that they should start to be charged. And they charged them for both water and sewer bills. Both water and sewer were then charged for the bills, but somebody pointed out, I think it was Jay, originally pointed out the section which said that the treasurer shall not charge for water
It's just part of their
bills.
duties, right?
So in the current budget,
Yeah. it's
water is
separated out.
not charged for, I'm sorry, that's it. Yeah, water is not charged for what the treasury does, but the sewer fund is charged for what the billing is. Obviously, the city, the mayor would like it to be both.
I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
but but I don't know if that needs to be in the charter or if it's.
You know, I mean, that you could leave it out of the charter and then make a charge.
Yeah.
Both.
Because in the real world, the actual expenses of the water and sewer fund do include the treasurer's and clerk's work. They should be able to put that percentage there. I don't know if we need that in the charter.
No, I
If
just
we
leave it
just
out.
leave it out, I think we
Yeah.
should leave it out.
It was a big deal.
Yeah.
Really big.
Well, my dispute with it is the percentage that's charged, but that's independent.
Yeah,
of
I mean, that,
Whether
we
or not.
know why that happened.
Right.
And I don't know how you,
Yeah.
I don't know how you fix that in the charter. You
No, you can't.
know. That's,
Yeah.
but a better budget review process. would probably be the place
How
to
about
go.
just a budget review process? That would have made a difference.
So if we want to put in I'll put in one of the city treasurer. I'm gonna get back to what Ann was talking about, but I don't know if we need a separate one. So if we put the city treasurer shall keep a running account of all income and expenses of all city departments and subdivisions and report any,
Irregularities or financial
Irregularities.
problems.
yep, immediately to city manager and city council.
Yeah. And it
Shall
must-
be,
And the reason I'm saying city manager is because
It must have both, otherwise you have.
the
zero.
city manager is the head.
Yeah, I know,
and then
but if you don't put council in there,
No,
it
it's not
doesn't
handbook.
necessarily materialize.
City manager and
Has to be
city
that.
council.
I think it's council and city manager, because the city manager is not up there. The city manager is at the same level as
The
the
head of
city
all
treasurer.
department heads, these are gonna be new departments.
the city treasurer, so any irregularities or financial issues shall be reported to the city manager and the city council immediately,
Or,
like. Okay, it's in here.
that covers what you were talking about.
I think so.
Yeah.
And as I'm reading through everything, I just put a strike through on it. I think everything up. How about the collector of taxes? Is
So
that-
that was what I was gonna,
That's in 3.
it's in 3,
Oh, right there. Yep.
shall serve as collector of taxes, fees, but that's not delinquent tax.
Correct.
The 14A is a separate thing. But the city clerk does collect all the taxes, fees, everything, all the income goes through them.
But I don't think you, back to the number 8, the transitional clause, I think you want that as a either 14A or 14B. Because
I think it
that's-
can be 14A.
That's
because we're gonna-
that's finite, it's only going
Yeah.
until the end of the term.
Yeah.
And it really doesn't have anything to do with anything.
I think so too. Yeah, 'cause that's a one-time deal.
I'm going to, we know we're gonna have to do that. I'm gonna highlight that in yellow, so we know we're gonna do that.
No, go ahead.
Oops.
So this is only about delinquent taxes, is it not 14A?
14A is, yeah.
And who does delinquent taxes under the current system?
I think, right now, it's city manager, which we don't have.
I think
So
Frankie's.
right now Frankie's doing it, so it should be just say it's appointed. So it can be whoever the city council deems.
Well, is it a part of the city manager's job right now?
Mhm.
Just to put it in as
But
that.
if there's no city manager, then they should be able to appoint.
Well, we've never talked about what happens if there's no city manager. Who
Well,
does it
we've been
then?
living it for a few years.
I know, but who does it under?
I
the
think they
charter?
appointed Frankie. I think they appointed somebody.
No, I meant who does city manager if the city manager leaves?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
By
I know
order
that
of
we
the charter,
addressed.
we have not addressed that.
Well, the council.
Okay, so let's
I mean,
put that in here.
Council.
Gonna make a note.
Well, I don't know how you can designate their job to somebody.
I mean, in reality, Chip's been doing it. And yet Chip is not on payroll. Well, he is on the payroll, but in a different way. But that's who's been working as city manager.
And the mayor's replaced the
Yeah.
city manager.
Yeah, because we had no assistant. So when I was mayor, we had a city manager and an assistant.
Right.
And the assistant took over the duties of the
Right.
city manager.
Who appointed the assistant?
Huh?
Who appointed the assistant, the council or the city manager?
I don't. You mean, when they hired them?
Yes,
I don't know.
I don't remember.
seems to be important.
Do you remember, Jennifer?
As far as I know, it wasn't designated in the charter, but it was up to the city manager to appoint whoever was the acting city manager if they were out. Because Laura appointed Tom to be, well, Rebecca was her secretary, but Laura appointed Tom when she left the city. She did not appoint Becky.
I don't think Tom ever ran the city.
Well,
He
But
did.
not in the way we,
He was acting city manager when Laura Duggan was on vacation.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
that either.
yes.
So back,
That's
back,
Was reported to the
back
council,
100
too.
years ago when I was mayor, we had Pete Robinson and Cindy LaValle.
Oh, yeah.
And when Pete left, Cindy LaValle took over.
Took over.
And we ended up appointing her city manager.
For the interim. Right?
No, she held those duties and then she was appointed city manager. And then that
Then-
lasted not very long and I ended up getting Craig.
Craig White. Yeah.
I think she was the acting city manager. That one was officially city
No,
manager.
I thought we appointed her. I don't know.
Okay, well, anyway, continuing.
But
So-
that's how it works. So I would think,
I made note of that, so we can go back to the city manager.
well, I think that's probably, that's not going to be a city manager duty. It's going to be a council.
Council. I would think too.
But I think if you go back to tax collector, I think the council should appoint tax collector. And the council, obviously, if the city manager goes out, needs a transitional clause, which John wrote in the charter.
Yeah, except we're really not there yet. So we're bouncing
Yeah,
back. and
yeah.
Yeah, we're
forth.
bouncing and that gets my brain all
So it's
confused.
just on the delinquent tax collector, just say the council shall appoint.
Yeah.
And then you resolve the issue.
I agree.
So 14A then?
Yeah, 14A will be that clause, I would think. I tend to agree with Mike. We did the same thing, we 13A on the city part, so we'll be consistent. And we can
14A?
just change the number for,
You could change 14A to 14B.
Why don't you just
Yeah.
use numbers and avoid confusion?
huh?
If you go to numbers.
Why don't we just format it after?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got it in here now. I've got it in here. Let's continue.
Yeah.
So,
So I don't know if there's anything else.
just one question. On number 9 or 10, where the city treasurer shall be eligible to hold the office of city clerk, period. Is that number, should that be a number? So that's number 8. Okay, now, then my other question is, this collector of taxes, which is in the current charter as 14A. Is this now, are we saying should go with the city council duties and responsibilities? So that it's not its own separate, I'm a little confused as to why that was 14A in the original. It sounds like when it's as 14A, it was a duty of the city treasurer in the original. Right? Since it's under 14,
I don't know, what's it say?
that's what I mean.
No, but what is 14? I mean,
14
we're
is
back
called city
again, we're
treasurer.
jumping ahead again.
No, because it's under 14 in the original is city treasurer. And then 14A, which that would be a subtopic of 14.
But it wasn't the treasurer. It was a separate. It doesn't name the treasurer.
Yeah, but in the
But because it's
in
14.
the city treasurer section, the collector of taxes is mentioned. It says the treasurer shall issue a warrant against delinquent taxpayers returnable and deliver the same to the collector of taxes. So that's why it became a subsection of 14.
Right, let's say right
But
here.
it's not saying that the treasurer automatically collected tax.
I think it
I,
is.
I think we ought to change it and get rid of it. 15 would be collector of delinquent taxes, not regular taxes. Because collector of taxes is the treasurer.
We've already said that in 3.
Right. So
I
then
understand,
delinquent taxes,
should be, or it should be 15. It should be a separate thing. The delinquent taxes
Well,
is
delinquent,
pointed,
collector taxes and delinquent tax collector, 2 separate offices.
right,
And same with, right now in the charter, it says collector of taxes, separate office as well.
yeah, we should get rid of that.
Right. So
So,
what we've done,
But collector of delinquent taxes should be appointed by the council, right? So that should be a separate. No, instead of 15A, let's make that 15 or whatever.
Does it have to be?
Because we're probably gonna remove
But
constable
to-
energy.
can't you just have that in the city council?
Yes.
To
We
Sharon's
could,
point,
we
yeah.
could,
Yeah, what you originally said, to just move it as like a city council duty to appoint a collector.
but that's under 23.
And then we don't have to have, then we just replace that clause with a transitional clause, our numbering scheme stays, you know, consistent.
So you're just gonna add that to the end of city council powers or duties or whatever.
Dennis, you have anything to say about all of this? About collector of taxes and where it should be, et cetera?
Yeah, I think that should probably be in with the city council duties. It does state the city treasurer in 14A, but that's only as a reference, not as a duty, like Mike had said earlier. Yeah, I would put that in with the city council duties as an appointment by them.
And shouldn't it be collector of delinquent taxes?
Yes, it should.
Because it doesn't say that. It says collector of taxes. It's collector of taxes is the treasurer. Yeah. That way we're consistent to the whole thing. So that's one of those places where this counts, this charter was inconsistent with it. So,
Right, yeah.
so we just get rid of 14 at that point.
And
But we
So
still
where
gotta
is city
deal, not
council?
14A. We still gotta get finished. Treasurer. We're not there yet. Did you say?
okay, what section was city council?
23.
I'm gonna do that right now.
You want to clearly state that the council appoints it according to the state statute. Either your municipality votes, if you do not have it in your charter, that the council appoints the collector
Yeah, put it in there.
delinquent taxes.
You said it again.
The collector of delinquent taxes, if it's not included in the charter, it has to be a municipal vote of the
According
citizens.
to state statute.
Yeah, but if you authorize the legislative body to appoint the collector, then it has the authority to appoint and remove without a problem.
Do they call it, the collector of taxes in the
Collector
state
of
statute?
delinquent, the collector of
Delinquent
delinquent.
taxes.
Just-
You gotta put that delinquent.
I got the word delinquent and I put it in red to highlight it for us.
Okay.
Okay, so back to city treasurer. So I guess I thought we were done that. What else is not in there?
No.
Maybe-
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've got, so I had made a list of some stuff and we hadn't got beyond that, so.
Okay.
Provide human resource, I'm just talking to myself now, I put provide human resource support, including benefit administration, is that the same as 5?
Who was that? That
City
you're saying?
treasurer, city treasurer, back to where we started.
They provide city human resources. I don't think so, do they?
Who does? Maybe not, and that's why I'm saying. We probably addressed that in 5. We're just in benefit administration, they certainly have. But I think in 5, it says process payroll, employee benefits and taxes.
Yeah, that's,
So we probably don't. Does the treasurer also serves as school treasurer unless a separate office is elected? I don't know why I wrote that.
Well, it depends on how things are set up now. Generally, the SU provides that service to the district, to the school districts. So they have
bookkeeping
their own,
service? Yeah, April's in charge of all
yeah,
that.
they have their own land use to do it.
So
What if the-
Newport
what if
City,
the state gets rid of supervisory unions?
They're not gonna get rid of, trying to consolidate them.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I don't think we do a lot with the school anymore, other than collect the school taxes.
who does the payroll for the school? I think Jim does the payroll for the school, though.
Yeah.
That doesn't come out of the SU.
You know, I don't think Jim does anything
No, I don't.
for
think so.
the school, not the payroll.
I think everything is done through the supervisory unit.
We give we give a couple of $1 million a year to the school, and then they decide what to do with it. We don't get involved in divvying it up or issuing checks.
So I'm dating myself. Jim used to sign my checks.
Dating Jim.
Thank you.
How that's going on, you and Jim dating?
Yeah.
There's a lot of salt out of that school council at some point.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, that's section 39.
Well, it
We'll have
says-
a conversation
yeah,
about that. when we
In
get to
section
39.
2, it says they shall keep accurate uniform records of all city accounts, including municipal and school taxes, bonds, notes. So it's kind of in there
Yeah,
so that,
we
know.
keep track of the school tax money because we collect it.
Yeah.
But it just gets given to the school.
Yeah. here's the problem. I mean, there may at some point, you don't want to lock in too much on the school. Because
Right.
sooner or later, they're gonna figure out that education's all screwed up in this state. And they may go to vouchers, and if they go to vouchers, then they won't be providing supervisory administration and all that stuff, so but you never know. So we shouldn't lock.
Except the city owns the school building, so.
Again, section 39.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
We met on that.
We're gonna. get to
Okay.
So the
Um,
only other thing is, do we put in a clause, something like, and any other duties that may be required or something?
Um,
When did we
or-
do that in the city court?
Huh?
Didn't we do that in the city court? So,
Well-
just for a second.
How about,
City clerk will perform any other duties required by the city council. So I think that sentence has to be in there for the treasurer.
And I just changed the word will to shall.
all right, let me just copy it.
Oh, right. Did we do that before?
I think I just typed
Yeah.
it wrong. I think I should put shall and I put will.
All right, dictate to me because I can't
The
find it.
city treasurer shall perform any other duties required by the city council.
So that's just gonna be like a number 10 here.
That's the stuff you don't know that you didn't leave out.
But what, okay, what about in the proposal? The one that went down, part C says the city clerk and city treasurer shall appoint, direct, supervise, and remove one or more assistant city clerks and assistant city treasurer who shall be compensated at a level of compensation to be determined by the city council with advice from the city manager. Basically, that's giving the city clerk / treasurer the power to hire their own staff.
But isn't that covered under? Didn't we already cover that when we talked about department heads having that ability?
But the city treasurer and city clerk, they aren't really a department head.
Yeah, they are.
They are.
They're gonna be.
Especially if they
They're
were.
They're not now because they're elected.
Oh,
You can't tell them what to do.
gotcha, okay.
Right.
So is that important to have that in there?
Well, I think we've already covered.
Well, but if you haven't covered,
Separation of powers. That's why it got included in the charter, the separation of powers, that the clerk's office could be, independent of the city manager or mayor or council. Such as you're saying, report, financial inconsistencies, we want him to have control.
Yeah,
That his
I don't know. if it's
his people are
necessary.
not all appointed by either the council or the city manager.
and that's actually in the state statute too. It says how many people, the clerk, treasurer can appoint, one or more, that they appoint them.
So if it's already in state statute, then do we need to include?
Question is, if you want the clerk treasurer to have control over their office, then put it in. If not, ignore.
I mean, we just went through this when we hired Ashley. Jim did he gathered the resumes, he did the interviews and the hire, and then he brought it to the council. But not for approval, but
Just-
for awareness.
But now,
Well, it should be for approval, so you eliminate nepotism. That's what I think. I think the city clerk probably can do all the work, treasurer. I don't think they ought to have sole responsibility for hiring more than they.
I almost see it
So you
as,
hire your brother-in-law and your sister.
yeah,
And
and
the city council can't say anything about it.
again, we don't know what we don't
If
know.
you give them that power.
Mhm.
But what about if it's done in conjunction with the city manager?
No, what about subject to the approval of the council? That the city treasurer hires his people or her people
With the approval
with
of,
the approval of.
Okay,
Yeah,
I like that better too.
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
presidential appointments.
Huh?
Like presidential.
I'm okay with that. I just, if you give them carte blanche, I'm a little worried that they,
That's happened.
and it happens a lot every, that eliminates.
It does.
But remember, you're changing it from an elective office to an appointed office, which means that the council already has supervisory authority over those offices.
And I don't think they should be, that should be decided by the city manager because then you lose your
I agree with
separation.
you.
Okay, so we gotta change this wording then, is what you're saying. Okay. So the city, is this a clerk and did we put it up in the city clerk section on here about appointing, directing, supervising, removing, da, 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 da?
Well, you probably should just be in city clerks, right? Both should be both.
Yeah,
They-
but if you want it, you want one in the city clerk, one in the city treasurer,
Okay, so wait, let me.
just in case
copy
they're
here.
not the same people.
Well, we do have a section in we have city council powers where it says, city council shall appoint, direct, supervise, or remove for cause city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and city clerk. Department head appointments and terminations require the approval of the city council. So I think we already have that in here.
But is that just terminations?
No,
Say that again.
appointments and
Appointment,
terminations.
Isn't it?
It's in, it should be in 23.
Of the department
One.
heads or by the department?
Huh?
Is it of the department heads?
It doesn't say, it just says department heads. Do we have it in somewhere?
If you.
That's not talking about the personnel under the department head.
Hmm?
That doesn't have employees of the
Appointments
appointments of department heads, doesn't it say?
of department heads. Appointments and terminations require the approval of city council. What,
But we're talking about now the employees under the department head of who's the city treasurer?
I don't know what a department had appointed.
They're appointed by the council.
Well, I think what she's saying and what is confusing me is the language is a little clunky. Is it saying that the appointment and release of the department heads or the people the department heads?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where we left that, because I've got it written down.
I have it written here in yellow, which means we agreed we were gonna come back and fine tune. Council shall, in consultation with the city manager, approve the appointments and termination of city department heads, as well as approve the job descriptions for each position.
So that's talking about the department heads.
That's not the one I'm talking.
Which one are you talking about?
Is that number one under,
That's number 2A.
what's one?
Number 1 says the city council may establish, appoint, modify the change of, or terminate other boards, departments, officers, committees, commissions, and task force as may be necessary or beneficial for the administration of the affairs of the city unless specifically provided otherwise by this charter. Other duties of the city council shall include. Then we've listed them.
What's one?
General oversight and control of city-owned property and affairs not inconsistent with this
So what
charter.
are you under? Because this doesn't even jive with anything. I'm looking.
It's 23, isn't it?
23, city council powers.
I'm along the line, your mind is all.
That's what I have. And that's. the
We
same.
don't have a clause in the city council powers that says they can appoint, direct, supervise, and remove for cause the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and city treasurer. I've got it. Yeah. You don't have that anywhere in what we doing?
Did you include city manager in that?
Mhm.
But I don't know that, did you agree that the city manager can be, removed only for cause? I thought currently the charter says that.
Well, I don't know what apparently not, because maybe we changed that, that's what I've got in my notes, so. My notes should be off. I don't have the computer on front of me.
There was a question about that, because it's the whole at will, not at will, at defined cause
Yeah.
argument.
But we've already done that, I
City
just,
council powers. That's what 23 was.
I had it at number one, so apparently your number one's different than mine, that's okay. Must be we just.
I think it's got to do with all the strikeouts and renumbering. I think it's a formatting thing. I need to go through. I gotta go through.
All right,
All
so,
right.
yeah, so we need something in there.
What you read originally was right. That the treasurer, you read something about the treasurer could appoint.
The city
I
treasurer
think
shall
we changed it, so I've got the part where we changed that.
appoint.
Yeah,
director-
just- So we still don't have anything about employees for the city clerk, so I guess we need to address that. Clerk.
Okay, we're on treasurer, so I'm gonna take out clerk. Just- The city treasurer shall appoint, direct, supervise, and remove one or more assistant city clerks and okay, I'm taking out city clerk.
Subject to the approval of the council, you said,
And more,
I think.
yeah. One or more
We
assistant
did
city
take out the
treasurers.
for cause,
Mhm.
so.
Treasurers. As. Do we keep in who shall be compensated at a level of compensation each determined?
Yeah.
that was in the proposed, this isn't the original charter. How did I say that, Ann?
Pardon?
How did I say that? As approved by or as
Subject to the approval of
subject of?
council.
And you gotta do that in the clerk section.
Okay, so now it reads, the city treasurer shall appoint, direct, supervise, and remove one or more assistant city treasurers, subject to the approval of the council. And we're gonna do the same thing up there.
That way it gives them the power to go ahead and hire people, councils go. So
Yeah,
they don't hire.
That's your checks and
their
balances,
wife
right?
and their kid.
but that's the checks and balance that we've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
trying to keep this whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want the word clerk instead of treasurer. Done. Next.
There is that language though that Charlie was talking about. It's number 2, appoint, direct, supervise, and remove the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and city treasurer. So do we just want to add something there about the offices under the city treasurer and clerk?
I think.
I think it needs to be in that section.
This is different. So where the difference was, we got rid of fourth office. And I had the old one. I needed to. I have too many notes. I should have trashed the first thing. This was what we ended up,
I need to read.
beginning of the new. Yeah, but I think we're okay.
Is
Okay,
there
so what-
anything else that you think we are missing in the city treasurer section?
I don't. I'm not as far as I'm concerned. What do you think, Dennis?
Dennis?
Anything where you need to put in there?
No, it looks pretty good. No, I think you pretty much hit everything there.
You've got that last section, the transition clause?
I do.
Okay, so,
I'm just putting it as a number right now and then I'll go through the other. Okay. The only other thing that's in the original charter, and I think we've covered it and it has changed. It says the school treasurer shall keep a separate account of all the monies appropriated for the use of the schools. Now, the SU does that now through April's department. April Touchette's department.
Well, is that us collecting their school taxes?
Shall keep a separate account
no,
of all the monies appropriated for the use of schools.
I mean, we collect about, is it $4 million a year for the school?
yeah, more for the school than we do than this.
About equal, yeah. At any rate, so they should keep an account of all monies appropriated for the use.
We have that.
Well,
For the
maybe
treasurer, you
the
mean?
language is wrong. Maybe it's not appropriated, collected. We collect it for the use of the schools.
It says the city treasurer shall keep accurate uniform records of all city accounts, including municipal and school taxes, bonds, notes,
Yeah,
grants.
okay, so
We
that's,
already have that.
so that's in there. So that's the only,
Yeah.
as you go down
Yeah,
through the
we just
original,
changed it. It's like.
everything's covered from
I
the
think so.
original. And when we look at the proposed.
I
Yeah,
think the only thing we need was that transition
I think
clause and we
so.
put that in.
yeah, I got it. And the idea of supervising, yeah, I think we're good. How does everybody else feel?
Dennis said yes. All good?
Mhm.
Okay,
So does that mean now we go back and we continue? We've done the major hitters here. We've done the council, the roles of the council,
Yep.
the mayor, city manager, city clerk, city treasurer. Those 5, those were the big hitters.
Yep.
Now, if we go back, that brings us to section 14A, which we just addressed, and I made note that that went to the city council section.
Can I throw something else in before we walk away from all of those? Has anybody ever considered term limits? And if
No.
not, why not?
What's it say in the state statutes about term limits in a city? We don't have any. I know what you're getting at.
I know what you're talking about.
I can-
Uh-huh.
Well, I think as far as city, the only ones that are elected at this point are council.
And the mayor.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And
It's a real
don't
catch
rule that
22.
out yet. It's important, and there have been some people who have been parked in those seats for years, way beyond when it was sane to do that. And some of the problems that we got into with an out of control city manager were because of that. It's really worth looking at.
But you can't put term limits on the city manager. It's an employee.
No, the
So
city
you're talking
manager is
mayor.
hired by the council. You can put term limits on the mayor and council and anybody who's elected. And it's just worth tossing out there while radical changes are happening.
Can we continue with our content, but that will be in the back of our minds. I know. I mean, it is mine.
Good.
I'm not prepared to form an opinion on that right now.
If we
though I
did
think I
that,
do
if
have
we
one.
did that, it would have to be under our, I think, Article 6.
Yeah.
So I'll make a note there when we
We'll
go back and
yeah.
do that.
Um,
I have to think.
yeah, Danny, you haven't been
I
here
mean-
long enough to know the history.
I
We need to go for coffee someday.
I
Let me
think
fill you.
here and there, yeah, but it's definitely like,
Well,
I know there's a big story.
You know, but we're, before we move on, I'll just say, it's a catch-22 for me. Because we are small and getting people to run to do anything,
Yeah.
myself included, I will put myself there. Rick is, and different council people have approached me over and over. Yeah, pesky neighbor.
But you might get, the flip of that is you might get more people running.
I'm not
if
sure
there
about that.
wasn't a fossilized incumbent with a lot of power.
Maybe or maybe not.
Just-
Again, we
Right,
don't know
yeah.
what we don't know. But, so it's a catch-22 for me.
I mean, some responsible people who are elected give themselves limits.
Trust me, I know.
But I don't, I mean, I don't know where you draw the line.
I-
Certainly can't be 2 or 4 years. We don't have enough people. I agree with that.
Informed people.
We'll end up with,
We've gone close.
I'm not gonna say any names.
Right, but,
We'll end up,
well, it's a catch-22, so I think we, have that in the back of our minds and we can have a conversation about it. I think we need to continue
Just
with
let it
content.
percolate.
Yeah, it's percolating. Now you're gonna cause me not to sleep. Dan. But yes, I hear you. So now I believe that brings us back to 14A. Delinquent taxes has been added to that, and I have here moved to the duties of the city council, such, name a collector of delinquent taxes.
yep, so we're just gonna strike all of them.
I didn't strike it yet because I don't know where, we'll have to read it and see what we're gonna keep in here, if there's anything we're keeping.
I just think we
Shall have the same powers and be subject to the same line of ordinance. Yeah,
Well, we certainly don't need all of this.
no,
I mean, we might do the same, the first period and say, the first of all,
That
it's
word
wrong
delinquent.
because it says collector of taxes.
and it's delinquent taxes,
Exactly.
so I have to highlight that word.
What are we making that 15? Is that where you've got it? 'Cause that's what
We're moving it.
I just removed.
We're moving it to the city council duties section.
We've already done that.
Right. But is there anything in here that needs to go with that move?
So with the city appointment of city treasurer, city clerk, you've outlined duties for that. 13, 14. Do the same thing for the delinquent tax collector. Minimal duty. Or
That's, I guess, what I have.
even council or
Well, you have state, this, you have state law that tells you how you can do it, right?
Yeah.
So you could put in under, I mean, we'd have to go back to, where did we put that?
23.
In 23? And what's it say in 23?
I just put in collector delinquent taxes. I didn't add anything to
Will
it.
be appointed or whatever.
Say city council shall appoint a delinquent tax collector
Whose duties?
who shall have the same
Yeah.
powers and liabilities.
We've got it in here. It says collector of delinquent taxes shall have the same powers and be subject to the same liabilities.
Right. So that's the part we need to take out. I mean, we need to move it.
As provided for in state statute, there's state law, or whatever.
Start, so the
Or as provided by law.
shall have the same powers and be subject to the same liabilities in and for the city as collectors of town taxes in the state have by law. And they're subject to and shall proceed in the performance of his or her duties as such collectors of town taxes, but it would be delinquent as required to proceed. That's what's written now. I don't either. Okay, wait a second. Let me go back. Dictate then.
Why do they always say the same as town taxes? Because state law only does town. Right. So you've got to refer to it in there.
I would just, I would even bother, but I'd say it's.
Provided by state law.
City council shall appoint a collector of delinquent taxes. Continue. What do I say?
That shall have the same powers, subject to the same liabilities as required by state law. Unbelievable change.
Well, I don't know that you should say same in that case. You're
Yeah,
not gonna-
just have the powers and be subject to the liabilities provided by the state law.
Yeah, I was reading out of that.
Yeah.
Get rid of the same.
Liabilities,
Yeah.
Because it's not comparing.
same
it to the town.
powers, and
Collect-
be subject to the liabilities. What was that?
Powers, you've got powers in there.
That shall have the same powers and be subject to the liabilities.
I think you're-
Get rid of same,
Yeah, no same.
because we're not gonna reference town.
Okay, got it. Okay,
So have
have the powers and be subject to the liabilities provided by,
Maybe you should add duties
state
too.
law.
They have the same powers and duties.
powers, comma,
Duties.
duties,
Okay,
and be subject to the liabilities provided by state laws.
Period.
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 Got it.
Done.
That now allows us to go back through on 14A
And so
and strike it. So. All right, that brings us to the constable. Fifteen, constable.
With my proposal, so it's just a strike for me.
can you tell us why you gave up on your theory that you were gonna change it to a role?
Well, it was gonna be creating a new.
It's a pretty radical departure. I don't know that. You know,
But I think it could come before the council at some point, if you feel strongly about your proposal as a, not task force, but as a, what?
Creating department.
It's
Which
a,
we've given them the right to do it.
yeah, you're right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's really a sort of logical expansion, a logical modernization of that.
Kinda, yeah. But as far as adding it to the charter, I don't know if,
Yeah.
when I read it, I kind of agreed that it, not
We
sure it
would
went
be-
with the charter.
We would be creating a department
Yeah, and I'm not sure we want to do
as
that.
a task force. I think that's the role of our paper.
The role exists. Why not bring it up to the 21st century as you're doing with others?
Well, I think that it would be something
It
that
is.
you bring to the
We already
council
have it. It's
committee.
called the police department.
If-
Right.
I think what you were saying
Well,
is a
his-
good
What I was
idea.
saying is different.
I think
Yeah.
it was different in the charter too. It's not police. It's not the constable's role.
Yep.
They're not the broken windows brigade. They're not the let's ride the border. Not,
Well, I gotta tell
So-
you, there isn't another town. in
Yeah, I want to
Vermont
read this.
That has.
Of the 9 incorporated cities in Vermont,
That's not true. So I did, okay, so I actually did a lot of constable.
oh yeah,
research.
you were looking on this one too.
Yeah, and a lot of small municipalities
Towns.
still do,
Towns.
not cities, but
Yeah.
towns still do have constables, but
If
in
they have a-
2011, the state took the teeth out of that rule. It really changed it and made it, well, okay, that's not done. That's not even a good way to put it. They required that if the constable is gonna have the authority of the police, they have to go through police training. So they're gonna carry a gun and things like that. They have to actually go to police
academy.
academy, basically. So as of right now, a constable in the state, this is from state statute. Okay, so first of all, I should say a town or city may vote to prohibit constables from exercising any law enforcement authority. So that's something that the town has the right to do, to say that the constable can't enforce any laws. That's not
Okay.
his job. And then after that, his role is the service of civil or criminal process. So I take that to mean like serving,
Sheriff.
but right.
Yeah.
Sheriff.
Now we have
handles that.
sheriffs, yeah.
Okay, the destruction of animals in accordance with the provisions of statute 20, which covers that. So I'm guessing, I don't know, do we have a humane society or something? So they would probably have.
We also have a animal control officer.
That they would handle that. I'm guessing they would also handle the killing of injured deer, which is another thing.
That's game wardens,
Okay, so that's
Fishing
game warden.
game.
fish and game.
Provision of assistance to the health officer and the discharge of the health officer's duties. Service as a criminal division of the superior court officer, so that
Sheriff.
is like,
Police.
sure. Removal of disorderly people from town meetings.
Police,
Okay.
that's happened.
Collection of taxes when no tax collector is elected.
We've got that.
There's a lot of, that's a really big section, because if he doesn't have the authority of the police, he's actually not really allowed to do that. And that's what a constable, that's the powers of the constable as currently dictated by state statute.
In my opinion, that gets, I vote for striking it.
I
Mike,
agree.
yeah,
Dennis, you agree?
yeah. I think town, if I was a town with no police officer, and I don't have a contract with the sheriff's department, which there aren't many, then the constable position probably is a valid position.
I have a concern, I think, in the failed charter, there's stuff about no one on the council can talk to any of the employees directly. And so if there's an issue, who's going to be able to do any investigation? And it was a role that I thought the constable might have filled Or we can just get rid of that language that says no council person.
We don't
can
have that
talk
in
to
here,
That's the
though.
failed charter.
That's the fail, we
it
don't
in
have
there.
that.
Okay, good.
We
Yeah,
don't, that's not, we didn't.
I happen to be with you on that one too.
I mean, the answer to your question is they should bring it to a council person.
Yeah, they should feel. talk
I mean,
about
you
it
know.
again.
And if they're still having liaisons on the council for departments, then that'd be the person to deal with. But if not, then you just call your city council person and say, hey, I have a problem with so-and-so. You know. Yeah, but we're not gonna,
All right,
that's not,
So do we think that there's nothing in 15 that,
I don't
I
think,
don't
that
think
the
so.
police aren't doing, basically?
right.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And Dennis, you're fine with us striking the constable role now?
Oh, yes. One question, does Derby still have a constable?
No,
They contract with the sheriff department,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, because I remember when I was a kid, we had Bert Curran was the constable in Derby line.
yeah.
And when he was gone, I think that was the end of it. So,
Yeah.
Who was it?
We
Who
had
was
Penny
it?
Miller around,
Was-
You got the Xena environment.
we had
Yeah,
Zena and Barton,
yeah. Yeah, okay.
all issues.
We've got history that we could talk about for a long time here. with
Yeah.
all those.
Yeah, let's just, everybody good?
Okay, Dennis said yes.
Yep.
Okay, that brings us to 16, Department of Assessment. Yeah, someone needs to explain this one to me because I have a huge question mark on this one. I wasn't quite sure of the role of this.
Just
I thought we, so,
is that another appointment by the council? You have listers in Newport now, or are they?
No, we have no
Yeah.
listers.
So you have
We
to hire them.
we
hire.
hired, we
Hire.
hired them. So this is pretty much obsolete.
Though I don't know what happens in the interim. We hire an assessor
Oh, it's Frank.
for the 5-year or the 10 years, big assessment that comes around. And in the meantime, I don't know who's
Frankie.
assigned to assess it.
Board of
Who's got that
Civil
role?
Authority,
No, it's Frankie goes
And
out and does it.
Frankie, yep, yep.
Yeah, Board of Civil Authority doesn't do it.
No.
What is Frank's actual?
They do tax.
We do
They-
it,
Maintenance.
we don't do reassessment.
Right.
So does Frankie have that authority now to assess the value in the interim?
I believe so. I'm.
So it's the value of what?
Like a
Value
new
of
house.
property,
Of a new property?
New property
Yeah,
for
a new
tax, for the
property
tax.
or
roll.
one that's
Massive
been
updates.
discussing.
For
Or
example, that
permits.
mansion at the end of Love Road, which was paying peanuts.
In Coventry, we hire an assessor.
Yeah.
Out of St. Johnsbury.
Yeah.
We
But
do,
we have an assistant assessor. That is a member of municipality.
we used to have a part-time assessor all the time, I think. Remember, what was his name?
An unusual name. And he we shared him with other towns.
So,
you had Rob Naramore for a while.
Robbie Naramore.
yeah, let's just take a look at 701 and see if we can replace 16 with 701 of the field thing, but that does address all of this.
Yeah,
I don't know whether or not Frankie is a certified real estate appraiser though.
No,
So if you.
certified real estate appraiser would have a license.
Who is that? Like, do we have any of them around us?
We have
Like his
Scott
wife?
Myers, Scott Myers, Lee Smith.
Lee Smith
Scott
was,
Myers.
that's their.
That's
oh,
what they
and-
do.
And, there's a site.
They do
that
it
does
for banks, they do it for insurance companies. they
Reappraisals
do it
for, mortgage, refinancing.
Yeah.
is the word.
But they do it for everything.
So that's who that's referring to. Okay,
Well, we would actually, in this case, we would actually contract with an assessor who would do any of the new stuff.
And then you would be
And
taking,
then, huh?
you'd be taking away Frankie's job.
we'd be taking away the
One
assessment part of it
Yeah.
and putting it in a professional hands.
At one point, there was talk about hiring somebody part-time with that role and to do some of Frankie's other work because he was, suckered into doing an enormous part of grants as well for a while.
which I think
So
he still
Carrie's
is.
probably taken that back now. But who the hell knows?
Well, no,
But the problem is most of them aren't qualified
certified.
to bring in, you know.
Right.
And lads, and then so we're gonna let you assess all the property. You could have fun.
You could pay me a lot of money.
I personally like the wording of 7.
I do too. I think it takes
701.
care of all of them.
Now, does it stay under this Department of Assessment, which is our current charter?
No, I'd get rid of it because it's not,
Well, then where are you gonna put this?
but
Under city council.
just rename it or rename it. Rename it. I would rename it real estate assessment. And put
Okay.
in lieu of an election or,
So we're going to still keep,
I mean, that's an idea. That's,
okay, but for the sake of when we have to present this,
Mhm.
you're, instead of having Department of Assessment, we would strike through that line and now call it Real Estate Assessor?
or maybe we could have the Department of Assessment and put in lieu of election of officers.
Keep the
I mean,
same
I don't care
title.
what the head
Well,
is.
I don't think you need in lieu of election. I think you want to turn it into an appointment by the city council. You want the council to be hiring whoever this is, right?
Appointed by the city, appointed, yeah. So you just get rid of the in lieu of election listers. I think they did that to explain why you're getting rid of this,
Okay, so.
but we could do that.
Does the real estate assessor establish the grand list?
Yep.
Yes. Because I think Frankie is currently intimately involved with maintaining the grand list.
He has to maintain it, but he doesn't set the figures,
He doesn't set the,
the values. And doesn't the state of Vermont require town a complete assessment at some point, or you get severely penalized?
Where you have to keep your.
So they pretty much tell you, you are now below your 60% value or whatever it is. And if you need to do a complete
Well,
town
and aren't we close to it?
reappraisal,
We
probably.
just hired an assistant for Frank.
Yeah, but that's a lot of clerical as well.
Yeah, but it was an assessor assistant.
Is that what we called it? An
So-
assessor assistant. So he is considered, well, he's got a lot of roles because of lack of city manager.
But his primary role is not assessor. We're not like,
You want me to go find out?
we're not firing Frank right now.
No,
Oh.
no, he's zoning.
Zoning, what is it?
No.
We're calling him a zoning administrator?
Yes,
Should we just take 701 and start it out, the city council shall appoint, and then pick up with either a real estate assessor, et cetera, or, and add the words contract with an independent appraisal firm and keep it the same throughout.
can we use words in there like as needed? Because the problem is that this person will really only be needed a lot during that time when they have to reassess everything. But in the interim time, you don't want to have that person working at all because we don't need them except like for a, let's say a building, maybe twice a year or 3 times a year.
But it does say in a liabilities prescribed for listers under the laws of the state of Vermont, which covers what you're talking. It tells you what their duties are. And
Yeah, but I'm talking about not needing them. In other words, you only have to hire them once every 7 years for
That's not true.
6 months. And then you need to hire them occasionally during when a new building is built.
somebody puts up a shed in their backyard.
Yeah, you
somebody's
don't want
gonna
to,
assess the value.
you don't want to hire them for the whole period, though, do you?
What?
We don't
You
want
could
them on the
appoint-
payroll.
Well,
But it
we
was a
contract
shed,
with them
it
as
could be
needed.
Contracted as needed.
Yeah.
If it was a shed and let's say Frank worked here.
Yeah.
Couldn't they just fulfill that statement by appointing Frank to go and appraise the shed?
Oh, trust me, he does. He just.
Right, I'm just saying, I don't know, is the concern that somebody will come into office and say, I've got a buddy who does this and I'm going to hire him and he's gonna collect a salary even though there's no appraisal
That has
going on?
happened.
Well, the hiring either a real estate or a certified real estate appraisal, independent appraisal firm. That doesn't, gets rid of the good old boy stuff. Because they're certified, they have to certify.
Okay, so
We hired somebody
can,
who had that, who then subcontracted with their kid, who then screwed up the billing process, and it led to World War III here. And I'm sure Jennifer remembers every detail of that one.
Yeah.
Yes, it's happened. It needs to be protected against.
so can we start this with what Mike said?
But to get to your point,
Mhm.
somebody should have, because they're certified, they have a license, somebody should have filed with OPR, Office of Professional Regulation,
Mhm.
a complaint, which would have gone against that person that held it.
That would have been a great idea. Instead, we had a city manager who covered their ass.
But I mean, that's why
Yeah.
you have certified or licensed people,
Okay,
because
right.
there's
So we're not repeating
consequences
history.
if you go against your license, right?
True.
Okay, so Mike, you said
We can't protect
we
from
can't go
history
back.
either,
We
because you
can't.
can't protect for the fact that the voters vote in qualified people to do the jobs that we're telling them. they're supposed to do. And I don't, there's no way you can fix that.
Okay,
I mean, not that I know, other than have better voters.
all right.
Why can't we leave it under Department of Assessors instead of real estate assessor?
Department of,
Leave that heading and
Yeah.
then just put the definition, there shall be either whatever.
I think Travis said.
you started it with the city council.
The city council shall appoint and then pick it up at either a real estate assessor who is a certified real estate appraiser, or and then add the words contract with an independent appraisal firm headed by, et cetera. Just keep it. If needed, we could put, you know,
I don't think you need
As
anything else there
required.
because they have to follow the law.
Yes.
So really, if you're contracting, the thing that you expect to do now is not appoint somebody for the city, but rather this, the council shall, contract with, real estate assessor who is a certified.
but if we leave the appointment, it gives the option if it probably won't happen, but what if Newport grows to the point where it's more cost effective for us for the city to appoint to hire
To appoint a
a
full-time.
full-time.
And doesn't this
So
give us
appoint
that?
or contract.
Or
with,
contract, but
as needed.
I'm probably going to have to. do that.
yeah. Cover this.
Okay, can I read you what I'm trying to fill in here? The city council shall appoint or contract with as needed a real estate assessor who is a certified real estate appraiser or an independent appraisal firm headed by a certified real estate appraiser that shall carry out the duties of assessor in the same manner, shall be subject to all of the same liabilities described for listers under the laws of the state of Vermont in assessing property within the city of Newport. It's too much of a long
It's a
run-on
run-on
sentence.
sentence,
I can AI it and they'll word it for me, but anyone got a better way to do this? The city council shall appoint or contract with as needed a real estate assessor who is a certified real estate appraiser. Do we need that?
Yes. you want the
Or-
certification.
Okay, or an independent appraisal firm.
You think you can just end the sentence there, start a new sentence that says the real estate assessor shall carry out the duties of assessor.
So headed by a certified real estate appraiser. Haven't we already said that? Who is a certified
Well,
real estate
So
appraiser?
they're saying that you can contract with an independent appraisal
Oh.
firm,
That
it
they,
has to be headed by by.
right,
Yeah, I
Which-
think we
which
better
means
keep
they-
that in there.
Which means they can have people working for them
I mean.
that go out and measure property and take photos and do all that kind of stuff, so that they're not having to.
Right.
That's why it's headed. by-
Headed
Right.
by, right?
Sharon,
That-
why don't you put a period right after headed by a certified real estate appraiser?
Okay.
End that statement right there, and then start off with a new one.
They shall carry out the duties of assessor in the same manner. How about if we just say duties of the assessor, shall be carried out in the same manner? Shall be subject to all the same liabilities prescribed for listers under the state of Vermont.
Perfect.
Do we need that ending in assessing property within the city of Newport?
Yep.
We do that. And shall establish the grand list, therefore, okay.
You could just period after Newport, and then they shall establish starting new sentence.
Whoops.
Done.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, me too. And that's what most,
I don't know, again, Frankie figures out each year what the grand list should be. I don't know that you want that necessarily assigned every year to an appraisal group. He adds on or subtracts the properties that no longer are on the tax rolls. He creates what that number is, that 3 million, I'm sorry, $321 million fee. He figures that out.
Well, they're working with PBR, property valuation, at the tax department taxes with state.
So the total of the grand list is coming from who? Who's doing that is what I'm asking. Not the appraiser that you're hiring.
You could, working with department taxes.
So you're gonna hire them every year to just establish.
doesn't say every year.
The city council shall appoint or
Well, every year
contract
you have to
with
establish
as
the grand
needed.
list.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
So the way I would see that as a job description almost type thing, is we have to hire an assessor to do this. And then when the data is given, then then Frankie's job is to take the data and create the grand list.
Well, they're
No?
working, there's someone from PBR that's associated with Orleans County, they work with the towns and cities. in Orleans
What's
County.
PVR
Property valuation.
of the state?
Yeah.
So it's
That's how
really
it's
the
defined.
state and Frankie that are figuring out what the total grand list is. That's, because you
Yes,
need
sir.
that number to.
About they shall assist in establishing.
That's a lot of data that they're going through that they might not need to go through
How
in that
about-
particular year.
They shall assist if needed to establish the grand list, therefore. We don't need that word therefore, do we?
Where did the chief assessor come from in the original charter?
I'm sorry, can you talk just a little?
Yes, I'm sorry. Where did the chief assessor come from in the original charter?
Somebody's gotta be the head of,
Well, I'm just saying,
They had assessors
They
that-
say listers.
Huh?
In other places, they say listers. This is the first place that you see assessors, that word used. Are those elected, or is that the elected listers and they select a chief amongst their group, or?
So I think we have to go back in time historically.
Well, you have listers still in,
Listers, but not assessors.
yeah, but this is in lieu of listers. So
Yeah.
whatever listers used to do is what assessors sort of do now. Do the listers establish a grand list in a small firm like Coventry?
They used to.
Yes.
did.
Yeah, they used to
don't-
here,
they don't
too.
have them anymore.
they used to hear too,
Eliminated
but that,
listers, we
yeah.
hire an assessor.
And is that to be for accuracy? Yeah.
Well,
well,
I mean,
and
you have,
Knowledge.
we had 3 lay people that
and keep it
would have to
straight.
go out and look at properties throughout the year. And you're constantly doing that. You're sending people out and you want people that understand real estate, the cost of real estate and can do the research.
And then who added up the
The
total
listers
number?
would do that.
The listers would add up all the houses at what they're worth and come up with a grand list.
But, and they were working with someone from the state. There's an assistant from DVR that
Like
comes.
Doug Blake,
Yeah.
Doug worked from the state.
that was his job,
That was his job.
go in with the city and help them.
All right, can I read this now as it stands and see if we agree? The city council shall appoint or contract with as needed a real estate assessor who is a certified real estate appraiser or an independent appraisal firm headed by a certified real estate appraiser, period. They shall carry out the duties of the assessor in the same manner and shall be subject to all of the same liabilities prescribed for listers. Now, I'm worried about that word. Under the laws of the state of Vermont in assessing property within the city of Newport, period. They shall assist if needed to establish the grand list and shall return such list to the city clerk within the time required by Vermont laws.
So that language that you said you were worried about,
Yep.
that's actually taken out of the current charter.
Oh, perfect. I took it out of 701.
Yeah, so in 716, which is the current charter, 616.
16,
Yeah,
yep.
under Department of Assessment, it says the Department of Assessment shall have the same powers to discharge the same duties, proceed in the discharge thereof in the same manner, be subject to the same liabilities as are prescribed for listers or the Board of Listers under the laws of this state.
Yep, okay, that's good. Are we okay with that language or do we need to change something? Okay, I'm gonna strike through what we have here since we rewrote it.
And Travis, to answer your question, the chief assessor, that's just 16, is where that's over. The current charter.
Right.
Okay, moving on.
Do you,
Dennis, do you have a comment?
yeah, do you want to keep then the title of Department of Assessment, or do you want to just go with real estate assessor under the city council section?
Good point.
I mean, if they appoint an assessor and then he hires staff, it would be a department. If they don't appoint one and they just contract with a firm, then there is no department. So I think real estate assessor is more.
It's a better language. I'm okay with that.
Okay with what? Keeping it as 16 or putting it under
No,
city council?
Just put it under, no, keeping it at 16,
Yeah,
but putting real estate assessment.
Just change it instead of saying Department of Assessment, just change it to real estate assessment.
okay, so I'm striking through what,
Is that okay, Dennis? Is that what you're getting at?
that's what
Yes.
you're getting at, right? Strike through Department of Assessment and instead call it what? The
Real estate assessment.
real estate assessor. Yep,
What if? What if the council wanted to appoint someone who is a certified real estate assessor that lives in the city that wants the job?
Yeah.
But they also, you're providing either or. So are you tying the hands of the council from being able to hire, appoint an assessor, but also contract with an outside firm if they needed to?
I'm not following you.
yeah,
So right now you have Frank doing,
Yeah.
doing that. So he's certified and you wanted him to continue, the city council would appoint. But does that now tie your hands from being able to contract if he needed help
Oh.
from an outside firm to assess something?
So you want to say and or?
okay, the city council shall appoint or contract with as needed a real estate assessor who is certified It's a certified-
And you know, it'd be the easiest way to do it
Independent.
is to just say and/or contract. Right,
Usually don't put either or slide.
right. How do they usually do that? Like,
So what would you recommend here, Mike?
I think you would have two separate, so the city council shall appoint.
Uh-huh.
Blah, 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 and then you say the council also may appoint, may contract with.
So,
But then you're forcing them to appoint, which they may not decide to do at all.
but we have that as needed.
It still doesn't. Once you got the appointment in there, that's almost like you have to pay them a salary for a period of time.
So you're gonna pay somebody somewhere to do the job, right?
Yeah, but you don't want this person in there for, let's say you decided to just contract, then you'd contract for the 6 months that they were needed or the year that they were needed around the total evaluation, and then you contract for them, to do individual jobs here and there.
That's what the as needed is.
Right.
Mhm.
But if you appoint somebody, that person's in for the term, for the duration.
Well, they're in till the council says it.
Then you got to deal with all of, is it at will or? Once you've hired them, is it at will or is it have a lot?
If you hire a real estate firm, you're gonna
That's
hire
be a
them.
contractual.
It's gonna be a contract saying, whenever a new house is built, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not,
just
not
talking
your
about in a-
full-time employee.
It's fine if you contract them, but what if you appoint them?
Yeah, so I think what we're saying is, do we need the word appoint in here?
What are you gonna use?
Just the
City
city
council
council
shall
shall contract with, as needed, a real estate assessor who is a certified real estate, agent, blah, blah, blah.
But then Mike said, what if you have somebody that you want to hire?
And so
That precludes you from hiring them.
Well,
Well,
but,
it's not
Well, I guess
But
it
isn't
doesn't.
that a
It's just
contract?
contract. Yeah, maybe that'll work,
The city council would have
because you
to,
contract with the city manager.
the city council would have to approve the terms by which this person was appointed, and I would think a duration of time, or for the, the assessment for this period of time.
I think that goes without saying. I mean,
Yeah, what's easier? What would be easier for the council to be able to remove someone if they weren't performing? Is it an
Contract.
appointment? or
How about the
contract?
city council shall provide for? Doesn't make you contract, doesn't make you appoint. It makes you have to have somebody in that position. You're throwing that out there.
You don't need them in that position.
Hmm?
You don't need them in that position all the time, though.
Says as needed.
the city council shall, I'm taking out what I suggested, the city council shall contract with, as needed, a real estate assessor, blah, 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 who is certified, blah, blah, blah. So I'm wondering if we do need that word appoint, or we just leave it at contract. Jennifer, good, what do you have to say?
The only thing is if you appoint, then you have to worry about personnel policy. So just to throw that bailiwick out there because they aren't under the personnel policy. So you might as well have it a contract.
All right, so get rid of appoint and or. Charlie? What do you think?
Yeah, because even if you hire somebody from within, it's still a contract,
Danny, you okay with
especially if
that?
it's professional service.
Does that make sense to you, Dennis? If we take out the word appoint and just have it shall contract with as needed?
Yes, sure.
I'm good.
I think I need supposed to put that here. Okay. All right. Moving on to 17, the auditors.
You don't have auditors anymore.
We don't have auditors.
No.
We hire
So
them.
it's a CPA, so what I put under here, again, auditors is another situation where things weren't so complicated as they are these days. We did have actual auditors, but now you've got all these rules and regulations and professional conduct, and we didn't have any of that, so we don't have auditors. I mean, you see it on the thing, it's always, you're electing auditors right in too, because nobody runs for
No,
audit.
right.
And then
Also,
they have no duties anyway, so.
do we have it under the city council duties that we appoint an auditor? But we did it.
Should.
We must have put it in there.
Perform an annual audit, we put it. So I got written down there something, I don't know what this works about. So the city council must contract with a licensed CPA to perform the annual audit of all municipal funds. This report shall be included in the city annual report for city meeting. That's what I put in. So you're getting rid of the auditor and putting in a CPA. But you're
So-
requiring the audit. Somewhere in here, we did say they had to provide for it. Is that under city council?
It should be.
It says, it's listed as number 3 right now, the city council's duties, contract with an annual independent audit. Maybe that's supposed to be auditor by a certified public accountant.
Number 3, contract with
Okay.
an annual independent, it's supposed to be auditor, right? Oops.
Maybe it should say contract annual.
For, what's it saying now?
Contract with an annual independent auditor by a certified public account. Is this, okay.
I think you're contracting
Con-
with an independent auditor for an annual.
Independent certified public accountant for it.
I think, contract with a certified public accountant for an annual audit.
Yeah.
Annual independent audit.
Contract with a, get rid of this annual independent.
Yeah.
It
we're
doesn't
gonna move
belong
that to the
here.
end, Yeah.
Cut that out, so it reads contract
Contract with a certified public accountant
with a certified public accountant
for an annual independent audit.
Should it be an annual independent audit or audits required by law? Because sometimes you need a single audit for the grant situation, and I don't know if the water and sewer or allegedly independent, what do they call, independent enterprises are separate with respect to the audit.
contract with a certified public.
I mean, well, they should cover it in. If you audit of all municipal funds. I mean, it's what I wrote.
But they don't need to do a single audit with respect to grants unless the amount goes above a certain.
That's in your grant contract, right? I mean, the grant tells you how you have to
I
administer the
think
grant.
they determine each year whether or not the total
It's
has actually.
cumulative for all the grants, so one grant can kick you into a single audit, but all the other ones don't need it.
Right.
Yeah, I think this is referring to an annual city audit of our finances
If the
and a
audit
report,
requires-
which I think the report ought to be mentioned and it ought to be required to be in the city meeting, because that puts a timeline on it.
So are you saying that goes under the duties of the city council, or are you saying to keep this as a separate section?
It doesn't, I don't think it matters as long as it's in.
So because I just added under the city, under section 23, contract with a certified public accountant for an annual independent audit of all municipal funds. And what else did you have after
I would
that?
want, this report shall be included in a city annual report for city meeting. What that does, it gives it a time.
Yep,
Because stuff has to be in time for it to be printed. And that way it has to be released to everyone to view. So that gives everyone a percent.
When you say municipal funds, does that cover state funds that municipality receives or federal funds
I would think so.
that the municipality receives?
Why not say, oh, it's as required by law, because
Yeah.
the,
Or by law or contract?
after, but keep municipal funds in there.
As required by law.
of municipal funds as required by law.
As required by law.
Okay,
And I just like the time frame on it, because otherwise you're just saying you're gonna have an annual audit. Could be in September, could be in February. Yeah. They said, well, we already did that. But if you say it has to be done and included in the annual report, then it puts a time. on it. And it makes it public.
So do we need individual language that's in 17 for auditor? Because this really, 17 is really just outlining what the auditor's responsibility is, but if we're contracting with them, I would assume that would be spelled out in their contract.
Right.
It wouldn't necessarily belong in the charter.
right, because this is saying that the city will have auditors and we don't. We contract it. So to me, this all gets
We just
a strike
section.
through. And we've added it to, but I'm gonna make a note here to say
Add to city
that
council duties.
we added this to, added to city council.
I hate to take us backwards, but if we're finished up with auditors, can we go back to the parking of assessment for just a moment?
Mhm.
Can you reread what we have?
One second, just let me strike through this before I forget. For city what?
The 16 department of assessment.
So we are now calling it real estate assessor. And we have the city council shall contract with, as needed, a real estate assessor who is a certified real estate appraiser or an independent appraisal firm headed by a certified real estate appraiser. They shall carry out the duties of the assessor in the same manner and shall be subject to all of the same liabilities prescribed for listers under the laws of the state of Vermont in assessing property within the city of Newport. They shall assist if needed to establish the grand list and shall return such list to the city clerk within the time required by Vermont law. And that is a result of section 701 of the proposed charter.
Right. Did we address the time frame issue that they had? Because I was thinking if we made it duties oriented and not time oriented, what they need to do is establish the reevaluation of property values, right? And they need to help with the grand list if needed. Once those tasks are over, then they're not needed anymore. I think that the thing that was of concern was what's going to keep people from establishing a cushy, well-paid position and hiring somebody into it. Because if we added the language, such appointments or contracts, I really think we should leave appointment in because, like I said, you may get to the point where it's better to have a full-time employee and not just a contract. And
But
that's,
since
that
we're
leaves it
requiring them to be certified, wouldn't that just be a full-time contract? Because they'll have to be independently
It's a
certified.
professional service.
Yeah,
give it an appointment and yes, they would have to be certified, but you can hire an employee, appoint an employee, hire them. It's basically what we're doing that has that certification and make it a department. I think that the part of it that addresses that issue is that the appointment or contract shall extend only for the completion of the duties for which that was made. So if it's to value the properties, once the properties are valued, then that's over.
hey, but
But you don't think as needed
What
covers
about-
that?
yeah, and then what about things like reassessments? That's the thing, because reassessments are things that you can just request. Like you can just say, I need my property reassessed. That didn't
Especially if
fit the
you're,
tax
if you're doing a
that you have.
recertification.
But isn't that the
With your
board
mortgage.
of civil authority? Isn't that what they do?
No,
That's
No.
Frank would do that, right?
Right.
Like if I wanted my property assessed, like that would, an assessor would need to come and assess that, and that might fall outside of the scope of their, you know, as, and that's why the as needed language covers, you know, we're contracting with them as we meet their services. Or the city is as they meet the services.
Generally.
And what you're getting,
Contract
to.
them
So if you want to
every year.
appeal that decision, then it goes to.
the civil.
Correct?
Sure, but Frank may be here for a very long time and is qualified to do this, has been doing. He's not that standard.
No, he's not
So
certified.
he would no longer be an available resource.
Only if you went and
He
got
should be
certified.
available as far as being the zoning administrator
Somebody should-
to notify the assessor when someone has a permit to make conditions, make, you know, upgrades or whatever, because you want to reassess those properties as soon as those are done, so that you're capturing the right amount for the grand list.
He has to put that information in the city system. He has to add it to the grand list.
Well, yeah,
He has to update the website for all of
Yeah,
that. So he
there's
still
constant-
has a job.
there's
He's
constantly.
just not
well,
the expert.
He may or may not, they could contract with him to do that.
So you're talking about basically having an agency on retainer. That it's not
Or
contracted
person.
for a person, but they're not contracted for a specific time or for a specific job. If the council came to them tomorrow and said, there's a new house that needs to be assessed,
Mhm.
then.
You're not hiring them for one specific job. You
So
may,
it's
you may
ongoing.
have a 3-year contract with a firm.
But it is
That would-
ongoing.
Yeah,
Right.
and then they'll know when it's time to start thinking about a complete reassessment. And those, because there's so few of them that are able to do that, your time frame could be, you might not be able to get that done for 3 years or 4 years down the road, because there's so many other reassessments going on. And so if you have somebody that you're already hired, they build that into the work plan.
But when you do the whole reassessment, and you have a guy like what Doug Lay was doing, I don't know what his title was.
Well, you have someone from
Work with the city.
DDR that
Work with the city,
would work with that.
whoever's doing it.
Can I ask if anybody knows?
In the past, we hired firms to do.
Yeah, in the past, I don't know what Vision's qualifications were. So the last time they came in and they reevaluated on something that's totally different from what normal assessors do. They evaluated on square footage, condition of the house, and they came up with a value of your property. And then if you went for a reevaluation, and the judge came in as appointed to do that, or whatever he was called.
He was called a judge.
He was called a judge. He evaluated on the prices that houses that were like yours
Oh, the
sold
comps.
in the
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
He did comps, so they totally switched the process. And I wonder whether or not Vision and the people they send in qualify as certified public accountants. I doubt that. And that's the kind of big company.
Well, they would be a certified appraisal, guesser.
I don't-
firm. If
I
they're
don't-
not, I'd
But
be
they've got to
really
have a
surprised.
head.
Because they do the whole country.
I know, but I'd be interested in knowing whether or not they need to be CPAs if they're not doing comps.
Well, I don't even need to be CPA.
We're not
They
requiring
just need to
CPA.
be real estate assessors. By the language.
Certified.
Yeah, certified.
Oh, I'm sorry, certified.
But
I
yeah,
don't know if they're that.
I'm not sure. But going forward with this language, they.
And
Yeah, but
headed by,
it's hard enough to get a company like Vision to come in over a 2 or 4 year period if you now limit yourself to people that have this kind of,
But I look at that, Ann, as because we have headed by a certified real estate appraiser, they can have people that work for them that aren't certified, but
Right.
they're still going to be in charge of their work.
yeah, could we check whether
So
or
I'm gonna
not?
solve. Yes,
Okay.
Vision Government Solutions is an approved appraisal firm in Vermont. They employ state certified professionals and are listed as a certified vendor by the Vermont.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Because I would be really surprised if they weren't. That's because they're everywhere.
Right.
They're in Rhode Island, they're in Florida, they're in.
And they were apparently too busy to be hired again for the next round here, so.
So have we,
It's a great program.
but, okay, so we can move forward here, back
to-
on
to look
this.
at. If it's. okay.
Are we okay with not putting a point in, Travis?
Yeah.
Okay, so but thank you for bringing that
Yeah,
up, so we
no
can
worries.
get it. Okay, we have just done auditors, now we're on to 18.
All right, so I reached out to the state's attorney, Farza.
Yeah.
Okay, and I haven't gotten a chance to speak with them directly to ask the why question that you guys might have. But she says that the grand jury, the city grand jurors provision is much needed and that it needs to stay. So I was hoping to get in direct contact with her, but that's the email that I got back. The short answer from her was, we need it. That was to one of her assistants. And they said, okay, would you like us to call and let him know? And they accidentally emailed Travis Gingham, he forwarded it to me, but it said, I asked Kim to let him know that this is a much needed provision. So I haven't spoken to her directly, but apparently from at least the state's attorney perspective, we need to keep the city grand jurors.
For what purpose? That's their
I
job.
don't have that answer yet.
Well, and I have to say
There are
there,
things in statute that would require the grand jurors.
We don't have any.
we don't have any, do
Well,
we?
We appoint them as needed. Just not the bonds.
We do.
I have another meeting, so I'm
We
sorry.
have a couple.
Yeah, we get it through.
But this says the city grand jurors shall be complaining officers. The heck's that mean?
I did look at them.
Okay.
It just means that all officers are technically complaining officers. It means like you're complaining in a case that you're qualified to like,
Okay,
like
they shall
basically.
have the same powers and be subject to the same liabilities in said cities as are conferred and imposed by laws upon grand jurors. Okay, then, let's just leave it. We don't need to do anything to it. Been here for almost 100 years. We'll just keep it.
It would be useful to know sort of what the criteria are, because people can be elected to that position. It's just that nobody ever puts their name in, or they write some stupid names in it, because nobody knows. So then it ends up as an appointment. Again, and the person doesn't know.
Does anybody have a good idea about how often we actually? I tried to find out, like, when the last time.
Huh?
2 years ago, I think 2 people were appointed.
And what was it for, do you know?
Who is it? Who do we have?
Laurie Brim is one, I don't.
Yeah,
know
but what
the
did they
others.
do? That's
Just a name.
nothing.
Jennifer, she was walking out, said she thought Jennifer Bieling was the other one. I don't know if that's true or not, so we see in some writing.
Do you know what they needed to be appointed for when we needed to appoint them to?
Presume 2 is a 2 or a 3 year appointment. No, I mean.
But what do they do?
Well, we haven't a clue. Nor have we, which
Hey,
is
Dennis,
why
do you
I
have
say
any-
it's really good to have a job.
Our historian here, any idea what the grand juror is supposed to do?
Short answer is no.
Do other city, are you checking to see if other cities even have one of these?
I think every municipality in the state is supposed to have.
A city grand juror is a municipal officer primarily found in Vermont.
Of
So
course.
It's one of those things, responsible for this is just the AI overview, so.
Yeah.
But, it looks like they pulled it from the Vermont legislature, responsible for prosecuting violations of local city ordinances, regulations, and bylaws before the court. For prosecuting violations, what in the world?
That's
Like-
why we have a state prosecutor. So everything that I've read says that in Vermont, the grand juror is basically an honorary position with very limited active duties.
But
In-
it's never been eliminated, right?
They have the
All right.
authority to prosecute, but
So,
that's the job of the state's attorney.
So this is what
So-
Rutland, this is what the city of Rutland has in their charter. The city grand juror shall prosecute violations of ordinances, regulations, and bylaws of the city of Rutland. May prosecute and defend in criminal matters occurring within the city limits of the city of Rutland, and also shall act as assistant city attorney as directed by the city attorney.
Shows.
They can prosecute items if they aren't taken up by the state's attorney. The city grand jurors, if the state's attorney declines prosecution,
So
the
is he-
city grand
So-
juror can
Typically,
prosecute.
citizen prosecutors, is that what we're
It
kind of?
seems like they need to be a lawyer.
Yeah.
That's what it
and be
looks like
subject to
me.
the same liabilities in said city as are conferred and imposed by law upon grand jurors. That's what the original, how it's worded now. If the state's attorney is saying that and Mike's saying it never has been removed, I say we just leave it alone.
Okay.
Is it harming anything?
No.
No. Are you okay with that?
And I'll reach out to.
I know you wanted to get rid of
this week and-
I just wanted to get rid of it. 'cause
I know you did.
it's stupid.
I know, it is, but you know what? The next one's far stupider.
I'll reach out to Farzana again this week and see if. we can
Are
get-
you stupid now?
Okay,
Well, the next one's overseer of the poor,
yeah.
which is.
Okay, Travis, I'm gonna just make note that you're going to reach out to,
So in the notes that I have for this, overseer report has actually already been.
Get that.
So we don't need to really, unless we
Strike the whole.
want to push for action.
Been
striking
deleted
it
when?
out.
If this is the current charter.
It says
According to the
this
state.
section so this is what the state's website says. This section originally enacted as the laws of.
Yeah.
19
Yeah.
1997, established the overseer of the poor, et cetera, et cetera. Based on the 1967 statute, the original reference to the appointment of an overseer of the poor in section 8 and in section 41 has been deleted.
So we.
can we just get rid of it?
Just strike it.
I think so, but then the state might technically leave it in because I think when you do a strike through, the state will leave strike throughs in.
Okay, well, I'll strike through it and we'll see what they say.
Yeah.
20. Superintendent of Streets. Superintendent of Streets.
He's an employee. Is this necessary?
That's what I put on my notes. Why do we?
And I don't think that they are in charge of electric wires.
Yeah.
I think Vermont Electric Co-op would have something to say about that.
Well, but it also says they have supervision of the waterworks and that can't be right either. Right?
Yeah, well, they do.
Well, he does.
Yeah, the direct, no.
It-
It's not a superintendent of streets. It's a director of public works.
Yeah, that's what it
And that's
is.
a department, and this is obsolete. I would just
So-
throw you.
Okay, so.
I mean, that's.
I
We
think
don't
that's-
need to describe the Department of Public Works
So
in
we're
the charter.
on superintendent. And we don't think that the superintendent actually does anymore. We're pretty sure that it's just done by public works now. So should we just strike?
I think so.
Dennis?
Well, going back to the superintendent of streets as it's written, way back, Newport used to have its own electric power company, and that's why that was written in the way it is.
Oh,
So
good
this is,
point.
this is very outdated. Like you said, Vermont Electric covers all this, and then the superintendents of streets really is Tom Bernier.
It's the Department of Public Works now.
You're right,
It's
exactly.
the department. So you're okay with striking it?
Yes.
21. City attorney.
No. Do we contract with the city attorney?
We do.
Dennis?
Yeah, we do contract the city attorney. They're that group out of Burlington. I believe it's Burlington.
Right.
Yeah.
So I assume that in the contract are what their duties are?
Yes, it would be. Way back, we used to have, Bill Davies was the city
Yep.
attorney.
Yeah, yeah.
We had him,
Because I was there then.
we had him on retainer and it was like about $3,000 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, not months.
It's significantly higher now. And there's a question about having more than one because there can be a conflict.
Didn't you say something about who hired the city attorney and the council duties?
It's in there, yeah.
It's in the council duties,
So I
right?
just don't know if we need this section.
So Dennis, in your opinion, next section 21, city attorney, we have this listed as a duty of the city council in section 23.
Yep.
Can we strike through 21 now? Do we need this?
No, we don't. If you've already got it under city attorney, that should cover it.
You got it, Mike, Travis? Agree?
So long as it's clear, we need to look back to make sure that it's the city council.
City council may retain additional legal counsel if needed.
But
We got that.
that's different.
Don't we have that?
Yeah, it's number 11 under the city council. It says the city council may retain additional legal counsel as needed. The city council shall approve all contracts with any city attorney. No. I think this is supposed to actually be shall approve all contact singular,
Yes.
because we were talking about not being able to contact the city attorney without.
You should be able, the city council must be able to.
No,
contact.
Like having other people. So they're saying like if somebody wants to contact the city attorney on the city behalf, they have to have the permission of the city council. The city council has to.
Yeah, that's fine.
But we do have appoint direct supervisor and remove the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and city clerk.
Yeah, so we're
So
covered.
I don't know if we need to do anything. I mean, that's just,
I mean, this is just kind of contractual, I mean, everything that's in city attorney now is just kind of what you would expect a city attorney to do.
Yeah, so,
and you're gonna contract. With them.
right.
The next one, we all good with striking that?
Striking city attorney.
Yeah. Board of Fire Wardens.
Wait, I want to put here, it's a,
I do have a comment.
So this state doesn't have any kind of fire police like New York or Pennsylvania. But this seems to give some police powers to, you know, controlling the scene of a fire, tumults, riots, putting them down by force if necessary.
oh, this is a long one.
The removal of goods and effects endangered by fire, and the protection of the same from waste or degradation. So they're responsible for property that is moved by the department. It's a very interesting section. Obviously, a lot of it is obsolete, but
Most all. So we have a fire chief.
right.
We didn't have one back then.
We don't have a board of fire wardens.
Haven't had for, it's in our charter, but we haven't had one. What we do need is an emergency management director, which probably is the job of the city council. Again. I just don't need it. So there is a requirement on the state level that each city has an emergency management. I'm pretty sure of that.
I think we might appoint one every year though, or
Fire chief, Kevin Lacoste is.
Yeah.
is in
It's
that
Kevin,
position
that's
now,
who we did this
But
year.
there's nothing in the charter. That's what. So
Right,
do we
that
have
probably-
that?
That probably should be.
Do we do it? Yes.
Just a change done by the legislature and stuff like that. July first, I think, on fire ward, and it's, has to be fire chief, I think, but not fire ward.
But we already appoint a fire chief.
So does the legislature expect each city to have a fire
Vermont has-
warden section?
Every Vermont city and town is required to have by state law a local emergency management organization and an emergency management director.
So we do appoint that every year anyway,
Mhm.
already, the council
So
does.
it's not reflected in this charter anywhere, though.
No, because that's newer,
New stuff,
newer
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
So they coordinate with, like the ambulance service. They coordinate with, when you have a flood,
Yeah, right.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I get
So-
it.
So they finally came up, when was that written, Travis? Does it say?
I don't know exactly.
I mean, it's a,
It's 20 VSA section 6, and it also requires that every city have an all hazards emergency plan.
Right.
I'm sure we
And
do.
they
It's quite
have,
an undertaking.
it's done.
we have-
We've got
yeah,
one.
we
It's
have-
through the fire department, right?
we
Yeah.
have,
It's usually done in
Yeah,
days, but
It's not up to date and it has some. When we had tropical storm and Reed and the ice storm, and there was a lot of, one of the things that was really important in that plan was making sure that quote, everybody could get out. So they did a sort of sweep of the city and said, yeah, everybody can escape. But it wasn't true. What they forgot was that if there was electricity cables down across the bluff, nobody could get off the bluff. And they couldn't get anybody on to rescue anybody there. It was quite significant, that storm, both of those storms. So there were electric wires all the way across on Bluff Road, across preventing any vehicles coming on.
I never really
going
thought
on.
about that.
So there were other things like that that got missed.
So as far as this charter goes, how do we deal with section 22?
You could just make it an appointment,
Huh?
I don't think you need it.
I don't think you need it either.
but you
Okay.
might
But I
make
think,
it duty of the council to appoint such a person.
Yeah.
but I think to do it, well, Travis kind of read it and I like what you read. But that should be under the duty of the city council. Again,
Which part?
the emergency management.
Okay,
I don't
hold
think
on.
we need fire warden. We have a fire chief.
We do have that form that's
What
filled
form?
out.
We
That,
have, say that again?
we do have that form that I remember that we had to sign it. It listed all the important individuals who were in charge of certain things.
Did,
You had,
Emergency management plan.
yes.
yes, exactly. You had to list all of the daycare centers. You had to list escape routes. You had to list places where the general public could gather for safety reasons. It was all described in all that. That was your emergency management plan.
But I think what the charter needs to do is say that you have to have it, even though you already have it.
Mhm.
And who is in charge in that case of an emergency?
Kevin,
Well, NIM.
Well, it is now, that you appoint an emergency management director.
Okay, so,
And create an emergency management plan
mhm.
and appoint an emergency.
But those are all
management.
things that are already required by the state that I think every year when your new council is reconstituted again, that you have to appoint all those people and you have to send those names into the state.
Right, but
We
we
don't
don't
just
have
make a
that.
health
We
officer,
don't have that in.
but I don't think you need it. Because it's already a requirement of the state that each municipality has to provide that.
so why don't we put that under the city council then?
Yeah.
And how about the wording that you just read, Travis?
Well, that way they realize that it's one of their duties.
It's one of the
Whether-
duties, you know,
I
as
mean, a lot
things
of the
change.
stuff the state tells you you have to have.
Isn't that, I mean, when I was on the select board, when we went into the next year after elections, we had a process of consider things, all the appointments you have to make at your first meeting. You have to have
And how do
chair
we,
of the select board, you have to appoint a health officer, you have to appoint a fire warden, you have to appoint all of these things.
so somebody new being elected to that role, how do they know this?
Oh, generally, you will get something from the LCT that
You
gives
will?
you the whole handbook of either what it
Oh,
means,
that's true.
what
It's
you,
the process
on
you
city
went.
council. You have institutional knowledge, have the city manager, in your case here, Newport. And those
Oh,
are,
the city manager should know that too, right?
So are you telling me that the state of Vermont requires you to appoint a fire warden? Is that what you're telling me?
a health officer.
Well, I
and
think-
emergency management.
We should probably put it, something in here, just in this section, that the fire chief will act as the fire warden. Appointed by the city. It at least captures the language that the state is using.
And if it's in a requirement, then it just probably should.
But who is the health officer for the city? You guys are.
They appoint one.
They appoint one.
It's you, I can't
It's
remember.
usually a
The
nurse.
mayor was for a while. I think sometimes it's. the
Ann
fire chief.
Edgerly was for years. She was a nurse.
So
Yeah, but it never
Who's the
been appointed
emergency
anybody with any
Huh?
who's
skills.
the emergency manager?
Kevin. Okay.
Oh, that's the fire chief.
Yeah.
Who's appointed that. Okay.
So should we, so back on 22, Board of Fire Wardens, do we leave here, do we strike most of this out and then just simply say the Board of Fire appointed by, I don't know, do we leave this here?
There's certain things in here that are fairly important. Like, does anybody oversee constructions and repairs of fireplaces, stoves, flues, and chimneys?
Fire department, yeah.
Yeah, fire department goes in anytime. Especially if you're
Fire
seeing-
hydrants, check chimneys, do,
Okay, so we need to keep.
But they do
some of that. And this provides a fine structure, which is probably very obsolete.
Yeah.
But it does provide for a fine structure for people that don't make the necessary repairs.
Nobody ever enforces.
if you build a house, so like we're building, I don't know about a house. So we're building a new ambulance building in Warren. And we have to comply with the state,
Fire commercial.
Yeah, state. fire.
not a city. It's a state.
For new construction, yeah.
Yeah.
But what if you have a building and the chimney is in disrepair? You have other means of heating that building, but you have a fireplace and a chimney that's in disrepair and it's a fire hazard.
Mhm.
Could the fire department go in and say, you cannot use that fireplace because of these safety issues, because of the risk of burning your house down?
Well, but if someone's gonna take that risk, then they're taking the risk. I mean,
Well,
what?
but it
but-
threatens other property and lives. It puts the lives of firefighters in danger going into.
Nobody ever does that.
Well, I think we're still America. We can't
But I don't think we have the
discriminate by
right
house
to
and
tell
somebody-
someone what they
what I
can and
can
can't
and
do
can't
with
do.
their
You
property.
change your insurance and they come in.
The insurance company will certainly.
They can certainly tell you.
Yeah.
consider your-
All of our houses have wood stoves or fireplaces. Unless there's a reason to inspect, nobody comes in and inspects.
Nor do we want them to.
Do we want them to?
No,
That's
Okay.
I mean,
because all they're gonna do is jack up the fee for whatever it
they're
is.
gonna charge you to come in and inspect. it.
Absolutely.
But you can't put a wood stove. You can't use the same chimney. for
No, you
wood
have to have
stove
separate
and
flue.
For
Right.
for furnace, an oil furnace or gas furnace, you can't use the same flue, that's against the law.
People do it all the time.
But they do it all the time, and,
Right.
but if.
You
your
can't
house catches
insure 'em.
fi- But if your house catches fire, your insurance company may not cover you.
Well, if your insurance company inspected it, they wouldn't want
That's right.
it.
So is there any reason to keep the Board of Fire Wardens?
I don't believe so, I think it's
I'm striking.
fire chief does.
But like you said, if it's an required appointed position, if the fire chief is always going to be the fire warden, it wouldn't hurt to keep a very small blurb saying that the appointed fire chief of the city of Newport shall act as the fire warden. And shall have the power and, limitations provided by state law.
Do you want to add that? You want to have a strike
Is
through
there
and
a
then just
state
add
law
that?
on firewood?
I'm reading it right now.
There is,
It's,
okay.
there is, but it's very loose
You
language.
have to change, you need to look at the changes that's implemented.
Which
I don't know
one?
if that's shown.
This,
The fire wardens that updated the July of this year. There's just an article was paid 2 days ago. Now, all municipalities have to have a fire chief, that's the fire ward, can't just be.
is the fire chief the same as the chief engineer? Because the language in the statute refers to the requirement of a chief engineer. Fireplace.
Go to. See,
So right now, what I.
Fire warden is
pull up.
fire chief
This is
of the Newport City Fire Department.
Public Safety Fire District.
I don't know. Oh. You pull up, pull up committees. And go to government operations. Plus committee. And then. Bill search, so if you go to Bill's internet committee,
This one, or where-
um. Yeah, there's a ton of them, maybe towards the end. Here's something that came over. Probably a Senate bill, yes.
Since the last.
Wow, I was back to this original. We've been long working on
Well, what I'm seeing is that the fire warden basically had the duties and responsibilities of a fire marshal, which would explain all the law enforcement language in here. And the
fine.
statutory, the
Yeah,
fines
Yeah,
and
yeah.
building inspection. If everything falls under the state's fire marshal's office, if that's so I don't know that,
Well, I'm thinking that back when this charter was written,
yeah,
there wasn't a state fire marshal.
yeah. Now, if there is.
And so the authors of our charter made provisions for that because there wasn't anything at a state level, but now we do have that at the state level. I have just, so far, I've struck through, but I've added the fire warden is the fire chief of the Newport City Fire Department or some, or whatever. Do we even need that?
Does the state require us to have a board of fire wardens?
Good question.
Because if it does, then you want to say
It
that,
doesn't. In fact, we're one of the only municipalities that still has one.
so we don't have to have
I
one.
think the whole thing should go.
That's
Yeah,
the whole
so-
thing.
I think these appointments that are required by state law will be captured under
City council.
under city council, number one. So the city council may establish, appoint, modify, in charge of or terminate other boards, departments, offices, committees, commissions, task forces. We're already saying that's the duty of to do all of this
Yeah,
without singly naming each one of them.
right.
And a lot of the enforcement, provisions of the Board of Fire Wardens is covered by the police. I mean, there are statutes and ordinances, that if you violate, police arrest you for them.
Or they could issue a fine.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so Dennis, are you okay with striking 22 Board of Wardens?
Yes,
Perfect, okay, done. 23 City Council, we've worked on that, so let's,
It's done.
yes, except that I gotta redo it. I mean, I gotta retype it.
Well, I don't think you've added contracts to that yet, but
Contract,
Yeah, we did.
where? What?
in city council powers, we talked about doing it eventually, but so you were gonna come back
What
and
do you
make
mean
sure.
contracts?
Yeah, refresh our memory.
I thought you were coming back to it. Well, that the city council is in charge of approving all contracts.
Says here,
Is it in there?
10, city council shall have sole authority to approve contracts,
Perfect.
may authorize the city manager or mayor to sign.
Good, but thank you for bringing that up, so that
But
makes
it,
us
but
look
it is
back.
in there.
Okay, good. All right,
You just
So-
remember that the-
yeah, 24. I have a note here that says this was moved from section 9. And when we look at section 9, that was in the original charter as, or is in the original charter as, powers of the mayor, city council to establish water rates. That's what it is now.
24, I thought it was fines.
It is, but with this, what we have here, I highlighted, the mayor, with the consent of the Board of Alderpersons, shall have the power to remit penalties for the breach of city ordinances in whole or in part, and shall cause the reasons for such remission to be entered on the city records.
And we did that in 9, right? Or not?
This was moved from section 9.
Oh, okay,
We moved it to 24 because we thought it made more sense.
okay, yep. I've got that too.
To remit penalties for the breach of city ordinances.
Those are fines.
Fines.
Yeah.
Is the mayor the one that's collecting fines?
No, remitting is forgiving, isn't it?
No,
To remit is,
That's,
give
they're
it,
collecting,
To issue the fine.
issue.
issue the fines, they collect it. I would assume they would probably give it to the treasury, but
Can we look up remit? I thought remit then forgive them from having to pay for it.
I'll look it up right now.
remit can function as both a verb and a noun. As a verb, it means to send money in payment, forgive a debt or penalty, or refer a matter to another authority.
Now, forgive the debt. What was the first one?
To send money in payment. And that's how I usually hear it, to remit payment, is just to
And I
Send
hear
it.
pay something.
I hear it as the second one. I mean, because somebody's gonna come along and give somebody a fine, you know, like police are gonna assess a fine or you get a citation. And then the question is, can somebody remit it, which is to forgive, I think is as to forgive it,
Yeah.
saying you don't have to pay it.
That is like a use for it. for sure.
Yeah.
isn't that up to the judicial bureau now?
Yeah, things have, switched. So if every case is going, well, I think it's up to the city to decide which cases are gonna be heard by the city as council. And I don't think the city hears any cases other than whether or not your dog is gonna be, put down.
True. As it's written in the charter now, this continues. So that part I just read, we pulled out of the mayor section. But we also have no fine shall be imposed, well, why don't people can read it? So as you read this over, I'm a little confused about this fining section as being part of a charter.
Well, they did not want fines to exceed $100.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's why it's there. They just wanted to limit like.
yeah, back in 1918, right? That's when this came in.
Yeah. And that would have been a pretty hefty fine
Back then,
Yeah,
I mean,
You're
our
right,
administration,
Dan, though. I think that language did need
Forgive.
forgiveness, yeah, forgiveness of fines. Which, I mean, I don't think our current mayor is enacting those, but I.
Well, it
Well,
should
but they
be.
have to still have to have the consent of the board of all the persons.
A person
So
who violates.
basically, the council.
So what are we agreeing what it means in this case?
In this
Forgiveness,
case, we
yeah.
think it means forgiveness.
Yeah, that's what I think
Yeah.
too.
And so, I mean, is there a situation where somebody could be fined and go before the council and the council would forgive that fine?
But
But
isn't this judicial? This isn't council?
no, ordinances are not. I don't know, it's law, but it's civil, right? Ordinances.
There
are
are ordinances, it says in the state statute, can either be civil or criminal. And Burlington, for instance, the issues around the very committee you were on involving people who were camping illegally. Those, it looked to me like the city of Burlington was hearing those cases before the council. They were not criminalizing them to the extent that they would, or that they would go to the regular judicial and be decided upon. So I think a city can decide which cases are coming before the city to judge and then fine.
Who enforces?
Pardon?
Who would be enforcing it? We can make the judgment, but who's going to enforce
Okay,
the judgment?
Who is going to collect it? I think it could have been
you can hire a collector. To
collected.
make the tax
No, we don't need to hire,
collector.
yeah, we don't need to hire.
You can hire a collection.
Or appoint, yeah, okay.
I mean, because certainly you do maintain
You
the
can go to
right to
small
hear.
claims court.
Yeah.
Again, that's judicial, isn't it? It's court.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
you can,
council.
but you as the council,
Oh, you as the council could act on it, yeah.
For instance, when there's
So
a
you could tell
complaint
the city
about a
attorney.
dog biting somebody and the police, that case comes before
Before the
you guys as
council,
a judicial.
Like it
group.
did in that big one at Derby.
Yes, that still comes before you and you get to decide after hearing the evidence whether or not the dog should be put
Put
down
down.
or given another chance to behave and then put
Well,
down the next time.
or moved out of the city.
Or moved out of the
city.
city, which is what happened.
So that's a case that you still maintain jurisdiction over.
Okay, so now, but as it is written here,
But there could be, or there
It
could be
seems-
fines that the city should capture if people don't, if they don't remit, or if they don't pay the fine, the council can tell the city attorney to go to small claims court and get the money.
Yeah, and there are certainly ordinances, water and sewer ordinances now, and
That's
one
tied
that
to your
may
property.
be in
To put the
effect.
property up for tax.
okay,
But, right, you might get a case involving, whether or not somebody should pay a fine for not letting them come in and inspect the water meter.
so it
Or
sounds,
replace the water meter.
sounds to me as we listen to this conversation, what's written in the charter and what needs to be in the charter are two different things. Because right now, this is talking about 100, that any
I don't think you want
violation,
Any of that.
I don't think, no fine shall be imposed for the violation of any city ordinance or bylaw exceeding $100, providing that when it may be necessary to abate a nuisance, the expense of such abatement may be imposed upon the delinquent in addition to said fine. A person who violates any city ordinance or bylaw may, on conviction thereof, be imprisoned in the house of correction
Or at hard labor.
or put to hard labor for a term not exceeding 6 months, in addition to or in lieu of said fine, at the discretion, in the discretion of the court.
I think all ordinances and everything already has fines attached to it, and nobody would
Some
think
of them.
that hard labor or usually any, well, I don't think you guys are gonna want to impose any jail sentences. Those kinds of cases are gonna have to go to the judicial.
Well, yeah.
And not to mention, there are already ordinances that dictate fines over $100.
Right.
I'm sorry, we do have,
I believe so. I believe there.
we reduced the fine, I think, in the camp, in the
Because
homeless, to $100.
yeah, because it would have conflicted with this, but I think when I read through, so I read through a bunch of ordinances, I got the list of the city ordinances for that task force, and I do believe I saw some that were like 250 for second and third for subsequent violations, but this doesn't provide for that. It says nothing over $100.
So all of those ordinances, to the extent that they exceeded $100, were not lawful.
You could,
And I
you
mean,
could,
It's
argue-
a fine structure, isn't it?
yeah.
Right.
If there's severability language.
Well, as you read through what is there now on section 24, as it's written, starting with no fine shall be imposed, is there anything there that is current, that needs to be part of our city charter going forward?
I like the first sentence. I'm willing to limit the fines on to $100 on citizens. Right on.
I gotta go with
Well,
that.
let's take that figure and put it into 2026.
Yeah, what's it gonna be? Go from 19, you can Google that, it'll tell you.
Yeah, you could do it.
I like it.
It's probably $2,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Even the state has a limit. The state's limit is something like, is it 300 or 500? Yeah, it says so in
Yeah.
the.
Do our ordinances propose a fine for certain things
Yeah,
within the ordinance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why don't we just
almost every ordinance that I read has a fine structure.
structure? Yeah.
That's a good guess, $2,200.
Hmm?
That was a good guess. It was $2,200 in today's market. $100 in 1918 would value at about $2,200 in
Right.
today's market.
I think if we could look at this. So don't imagine that. I have it somewhere. Maybe not.
I think that the first section highlighted, I think maybe we were hasty in that. If that is, like, we seem to all agree about forgiveness of a fine, I think that should be in powers of the mayor at that point, because it's kind of, it's not really a fine. It has to deal with fines, but it's a power of the mayor to forgive fines if the council agrees.
But so if you're saying that, then it really is the power of the city council.
Yeah, it's written in a kind of an odd way that you have to have the permission of the.
Is it
the
even
council.
needed though, if it's part of the ordinance?
Except we don't have anywhere in
Nothing about.
here about ordinances.
There's not necessarily anything about forgiving fines. It's not, some of them that, like, even the one that I helped with, I believe it had a clause at the end about that a judge, if there was a hardship, could waive the fine.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, maybe I just missed it while I was reading, but how often is the city council or the mayor forgiving fines? I mean, how often does this
I've
happen?
never seen it happen.
Because I just don't necessarily know that it needs to be in there at all, because I just feel like if there are fines, there's structures for appealing those fines, there's processes for that. Like if you get fined, you can appeal that, but I don't necessarily think that it would need to go up before the city council. If somebody violated an ordinance, what would happen in the way that our city works now? Not necessarily what's in the charter, but just in the way the city works now. If somebody violated an ordinance, what would be the process?
Someone said they're gonna get a fine.
From who?
Frank has a
Yeah,
citation
Frank.
book.
Okay, so let's say that
That's it.
This friend?
Yeah.
That was-
Impose
Yeah, but
fine?
that's properties. What about?
Yeah.
Like parking tickets, that's the police.
That's going to the regular court, the judiciary.
It's going to judicial bureau.
So I don't think that the mayor, for instance, could forgive a fine that was imposed by the
We got rid of it.
judiciary.
But we got rid of that.
The
The mayor?
only fines that I would think the mayor could forgive are the ones being imposed by anybody in the city. In the city system, not if, once it hits the court system, they have their own methods of dealing with fines.
well, but I mean, should the mayor? I just don't know. I mean, doesn't that give him kind of kingly?
But they still have, the mayor has to, the way this is written, the council has to Or the board of alderpersons.
But that should.
We took that out of the mayor.
No, we didn't. Well, we took it out of the mayor and added it to this fine section, and I think now we're saying, do we need it?
But there's no-
It's the council. I mean, if you
Should the president be able to pardon?
if you're going to leave it, I would change it to saying that the city council shall have the power, not, because, right, I mean, that's exactly what this is saying, because the council is the mayor and the board of alderpersons. That's the makeup of the city council.
Yeah, exactly,
Right?
exactly. That's what the city
Yeah,
council
and
is.
We're no longer a strong mayor. That's what I went back to.
That's-
So yeah, let's just make it a
So
power.
this-
council then.
This charter gave the mayor all kinds of power.
Right.
The city council shall have the power to remit penalties for the breach of city ordinances in whole or in part, and shall cause the reason for such remission to be entered on the city records.
I think we.
No.
I think
But
we
now-
should Probably change remit to forgive.
Yeah.
That's gonna
Or,
cause a
or
lot of
abate,
confusion.
whatever you want.
Yeah, because remit, depending how you word it, could be.
Okay, give me
we're-
another
we're
word.
Submitting it and
Forgive,
or we're forgiving.
forgive.
Well, I mean,
Well, what's the
it's
difference?
gonna come down to the lawyers. I would just leave remit and put in parentheses forgive. So it's clear when it goes to review by council to polish the language. Because remit may be the best term from a legal standpoint.
Okay, and plus we have to,
Or
Because this
abate,
is
because you
money
could
for
change it
the
from 100 to 50.
Exactly. There could be reasons why somebody could come in, I can't afford it.
Okay, what can you afford?
50.
You can do 50, okay, we'll allow.
so what's
50.
that called, a bait?
That's what I would do.
Also, I would limit it to, city ordinances that are
City ordinance.
that the city has maintained.
I think you better just blanket it. I think you better not put anything in.
Well, your problem is that, is it a city ordinance, or a traffic violation of city ordinances?
But,
Yeah.
but
You don't hear them and you have no right to forgive those fines. The judiciary decides.
Right, that goes to the,
So your blanket statement that it's going to go to the council to remit all city violations is
shall
only
have
the ones that
the
you,
power to. Doesn't mean you're going to do.
but you don't have the power to remit anything that went to the judiciary.
When it has power, like, for example, if we have an ordinance that says you can't light off fireworks, and somebody lights off fireworks and the police give them a ticket, can the city council forgive that ticket? I don't think so. I think it would have to go before a judge, right? Because the police issued. the
I think
ticket.
it's.
well, if it's a misdemeanor, if it's
determined-
criminal, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's determined by which ones the city has said they're keeping control of. Seems to me.
So that would mean, oh, this is like a whole nother ball of wax and having to go through all your ordinances.
I just.
And so we just
don't know-
need to make sure we're
that the
covered for when
council-
that'll come up eventually.
I just am still uncertain that the council should be abating any penalties. I'm just not sure that that's something the council should be.
Well, what's the remedy, for,
They don't pay it.
they have no appeal process. There's no appeal process in the city.
Or if they're guilty and they admit they're guilty, but they legitimately have no way to pay the penalty that's been imposed, are we going to? Yeah,
What's
'cause
gonna
they're-
happen to them
So-
anyway?
But because stuff happens to those penalties, they don't just sit there unpaid. I don't know the process off the top of my head, but eventually they get into the legal system.
Yes.
That
And
it
this
will
came-
carry them on to there for non-payment.
This came
Came
up
up in.
big issue.
Yeah.
in the homeless one, where 10 people pitched tents, despite the fact that NEC and other organizations give people who are unhoused
The
tents.
tents.
And there's nowhere in the city they can pitch them. So there would be a process of fines. Great, they're homeless because they've got no money. Think that one through. So the fines could be cumulative and it would eventually become illegal. Matter, because that's the only way of collecting the fine. Now, there's another dumb move, because then they'd have a criminal charge, which would preclude them from ever getting counsel.
That
Well,
would still
well,
be-
But they wouldn't
that
be
would
homeless
civil.
anymore.
That would still
well,
be-
no,
Right,
they'd
they'd be in
have
jail.
to-
House,
that was,
Be warm.
they wouldn't be on house. They'd have
that
free
was one of
prayers
the
and-
big crazinesses.
All right, so as far as our charter goes, I mean, we can, what do we do? What do we need? What's our responsibility from going forward for the next 50 years? We won't go 200.
My vote would be to keep it, rehash the language so it just says the city council and not the mayor. And
Yeah,
then move
I've
it
got that.
under a power of the city council. And it doesn't mean that it has to be used all the time, but if it's brought before them that there's this, penalty.
Okay, so this part that I have highlighted, for those of you who have it up,
Well, let me just throw another monkey. wrench in
Okay.
this whole thing. Show me anywhere in this charter where it refers to the ordinances. Other than under funds.
That was where it did it. I think that was the only place.
Yeah,
I just am really having a hard time getting behind this one because I don't think it means anything. If the city can't, if there's ordinances or if there's ordinance violations that you couldn't forgive the fines for because they fall under police jurisdiction. And those aren't clearly spelled out in the charter, what's the point of even putting that language in there?
So if,
So if Frank has the authority to impose fines on zoning violation, permit violations, so what's the appeal process? I go before the zoning board.
Dennis, do you know?
Yeah, if Frank imposes a fine and it's not paid, then we take it right across the street to the court and the court takes it over. A ticket is issued and then the court takes care of it.
But, so a ticket's issued, but is there a process where the zoning board of adjustment gets to weigh in? That can someone appeal that to them? Or does it go right to, and what court does it go to? Does it go to?
The environmental court, I believe it is.
And then would you, if you wanted to appeal something like that, like if you didn't think that you should pay the fine, would you just go through the court system then? You would just say, I mean, what then would be your recourse?
Well, I know that Frank would be the officer that would represent the city. He would outline everything in court, and then it would be up to, basically, I don't believe you're gonna have a lot of lawyers involved in that. It's gonna be a situation where these are the facts, and the judge will then take that all into consideration and make a determination as to the penalty.
So it really isn't something that is going before like even the zoning authority, isn't even like.
No,
Take-
once it's deemed to be in violation, and Frank would be the one that would find that out, then he would take, it's all in his hands. It does not come back to the board for any type of decision.
Anything that really can go before them. Like animal control, have an animal control officer, they'll issue a fine for someone that doesn't leash their dog or something, keep it under control. That, I think those all flow through the judicial board.
really,
Yeah, I think
but
so.
our animal control officer is Royce, who's a cop. So,
But he wouldn't have to, he doesn't have to be.
yeah, I know.
So he's not acting as a police officer, he's acting as an animal control officer.
Right.
He can issue a ticket, which goes through the judicial. There's really anything.
the only thing I've ever seen them adjudicate is the,
Just
animals
Yeah.
who.
the dangerous animal.
Dangerous
animals. And then the council decides whether or not, what should happen as
Yeah.
a result.
But that's not, there's no fines or anything that they would adjudicate.
It is, they are adjudicating whether the dog should be put down or, prevented from living in the city any longer.
Yeah.
The animal cruelty must go somewhere else, and we never see that come.
That's
to
probably
us.
That's
Criminal.
act.
Criminal.
So Royce then can act as a cop
All right.
as well as animal control.
So are we saying there's no ordinance that doesn't go the judicial route here? I mean, I think you are allowed, as Burlington does, adjudicate some things themselves.
You can
But
set
I
up
don't know
a
whether or
municipal-
not you guys retained any.
You can set up a municipal court, but now we're creating a whole other department.
But I think Danny's right. this isn't really a power of the city council or the mayor or us, because it's gonna go to judicial.
As long as everything,
We don't know that. We
as
haven't
long as
read
everything
every
goes that way. right?
ordinance.
If there's ordinances that won't flow to the judicial bureau, to civil court, criminal court,
Okay, so maybe what we need here is, unless, an unless clause. Unless.
Yes, it's the city retaining jurisdiction over a particular ordinance. Where the city retains jurisdiction,
Shall have the power to remit a basic
That's what
penalties
we're
for the
saying.
breach of city or.
unless otherwise provided for by
ordinance,
well, like you're saying, ordinance already.
How about other legal jurisdictions?
but it's basically, does the city retain the jurisdiction to adjudicate a
Danny, I don't think we should be.
violation of the ordinance?
Is Frank next door?
I don't know.
He's out there, I heard his voice. And do you want?
I just would like to understand the process when he issues a fine for like a yard that hasn't been cleaned up. What is that process? I think it would help us all to understand.
According to the city ordinances, violations in Vermont are typically handled by police officers, the city attorney. If contested civil ordinance violations are prosecuted to the statewide Vermont Judicial Bureau.
Yeah.
Blah, blah,
not
blah, it's
council.
all judicial.
Right, so it's not council.
If contested.
You can set up in larger cities like Burlington. They have a municipal legislative body
Hey, Frank.
for such purpose.
Hey, Frank,
And
this is very informal.
Sure.
You're not on stand.
Yeah, we're looking
You
at a
sit wherever you
section-
want.
No, you're.
You sit wherever you want.
We're looking at a section,
Raise your left hand.
we're looking at a section of
The charter?
Yeah, it
Okay.
says that the mayor and with the agreement of the alderman, so the city council has the power to remit or forgive penalties for breach of city ordinance. And that should be entered upon the city record. And we're just wondering what the process, say somebody has a yard that isn't cleaned up. You can take us through how that progresses.
There isn't a process and they have enforced very little, so I doubt that there's any formal standard established. What, can you read it to me again?
The mayor, with the consent of the board of alderpersons, shall have the power to remit penalties for the breach of city ordinances in whole or in part, shall cause the reason for such remission to be entered into the city records.
Remitting meaning getting to abate.
There is no formal process that I'm aware of. I actually have not seen an awful lot of enforcement from what I can gather in the past. John Ward had a policy that nobody got violated. Laura did try a little bit, but ended up only dealing with 4 or 5 of them formally. They never went this far. And so this is interesting. So we'll talk about this for a minute. So the ordinances are laws. Okay, I have to follow the law. I have a badge. I have a civil book that I issue. I think it's like a game warden, basically. In the past, they've always, every time they had a violation, this is prior to me coming here, they would always go to the city council for notice of violation to get some sort of approval. In my opinion, that was because they didn't want to spend the legal fees. All right, based on my conversations with David Rule, Linda Sullivan, and with Rick, we have established the fact that I have to follow the statute irrespective of what the city council says. Now, letting them know, manager, that we're headed into this, and it could cause financial implications from a legal standpoint, is something that we do as a a normal course of doing business with any sort of administrative operation. I have a funny feeling this, I have no awareness of. If somebody came to me and said, hey, I don't want to pay this, I can't pay it, and the city council would have obviously would have the ability to amend that,
They,
okay? But it would be after I had already made the official decision. And then they have total authority over everything anyways, as long as the ordinance gives it that. I see nothing in the there's nothing in the bylaws that give this specific, like the zoning bylaws or the building safety ordinance, that gives this specific authority to the city council. Now, I'm assuming that from a legal standpoint, again, I'm not a lawyer, right? But I'm assuming from a legal standpoint that the charter would supersede my bylaws and the ordinance. Do you know the answer to that question?
Mhm.
All right, so.
The charter would.
Yeah, so we've never done that. Okay, I didn't even know it was there, to be quite honest with you. I'm not sure it would have mattered, because if somebody would have come directly to me, we would have gone to the mayor and gone through the process.
So issued ticket for violation.
I haven't had to quite get there yet, because what we usually are able to do is through the process of is to get it taken care of without that.
But if you issue a ticket, doesn't that go through the judicial bureau?
It does.
So that would put that out of the hands of the council, because then it's in the judicial system.
It's a very interesting question. Well, that is public information. J.J. Newmary's is right on the verge of actually getting, because this is the first time I've had a situation where someone was not willing to work it out with me after the process has begun. So we're going to be answering this question pretty quickly. The direction I got from my boss was move ahead. I issued that ticket, and it's like I said, I have a badge number. I have a civil book. It's a judicial bureau.
But once that step is taken, it goes to the
Does he get a
judiciary.
court? Then does he get a court?
It would be exactly like a game warden or a traffic, like a civil violation. Yeah, I'd have to go,
Speed ticket, whatever.
which is where you would have the conversation with the person that's in charge of the financial part of it, because all of a sudden the legal fees can be, I think that Laura spent an average of $10,000 on the 4 that she ended up dealing with, and she didn't even have to go to court. I'm not involving the attorneys because I'm familiar with this process through the Medicaid system and how we've had to deal with this stuff formally, but we're about ready to involve the attorney. In fact, I'm waiting for a phone call from David Rue as to how we proceed to make sure that if we do this, we're gonna win in court, right? Last thing we wanna do is to like spend this money and then not win. So that's an issue for me, correct?
Well,
Depends on how long-
depends, because once this gets into the court, I don't believe the council has the power to evade anything.
Which is maybe where there's sort of, so there's no written policy in any of the ordinances that say you go to the council before you issue these violations. It's no different than like, I have statutory requirements for the grand list. Okay, the council can't tell me what to do. It's inappropriate for the political body to tell me what to do from a statutory standpoint. I see nothing in
Because you
the,
have to follow the law,
I have to follow the
not
law.
what the city council's telling.
Well, I have to follow the law. Now, if there's a conflict there, then there's a process, right? But there's no formal process. I don't see anything in any of the ordinances that I administer that says I go to the council before I issue the violation. However, they were doing that prior to me coming on board. Not John, but like Eric Boltman and Paul were going in front of the council and saying, hey, I need permission for this violation. And I'm wondering if that's where this is coming from.
Well, and it's not saying that it's giving violation,
Right.
just the penalty.
Yes,
Right. But that.
But if it goes
there's
to
no
court,
penalty
and the
to
court,
that.
and the court says this is the fine.
And you can understand
Well, they'd be
why.
collecting that fine on behalf of the city. They would keep it
They-
their costs.
Yeah.
But
They're
I
keeping
would
this-
think that the city can
percentage of
still
it.
say, we don't, yes, we got a guilty verdict, or however that would be ruled, but we don't want
Well,
the
we're getting off
$200.
into this.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
so- So let me ask you a question. So if somebody's got a dilapidated building, and the city says that's a hazard, you need to take care of it. And the guy goes,
Screw you. Then we go through the process that we need to do.
what is the process?
So I give an initial, like the initial contact, the old fashioned, like,
Yeah. Yeah,
phone calls.
sure. Yeah.
And then I give an initial notice of violation, which is really, they're almost the same wording as the actual violation, but
Yeah.
it's designed to have them contact me within 7 to
Work
10
it out.
days, yeah.
It doesn't get worked out. What's
Then
happened?
basically I either I do a building inspection order. Okay, or I issue the actual violation itself. And to understand this, up to, I mean, depending on which ordinance, $500 a day. Because each day is considered an additional.
So he says, screw you, screw you, screw you.
Yeah.
At what point, how does it finally get resolved if they refuse to do anything? Goes to court?
Environmental court, right, or the judicial review board.
Right.
Do you know
So-
of any fines that the city could levy, either your department or another department, that wouldn't go to court if they want to?
Yeah,
If they refuse to
good
pay.
question. That would not go to court.
None of mine.
I don't think there's any.
So I just think.
With the zoning, it's all the environmental court.
Yeah.
And with this, I think it's, and again, the city has never gone to this point. So there's no
But they
policy
should.
or,
Because we have dilapidated buildings that are a health hazard, we do nothing. We have 50 chickens in a
Right.
barn that
Yeah,
says you can't have them. And when I talked to the zoning administrator, he says there's 50 of them in town. I don't do any. So, but we should. So we have ordinance on board, we're not enforcing it.
yeah, well, Charlie, I actually disagree with that a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you why. When somebody writes a bylaw 14 years ago, and they never enforce it once through that entire 14-year period.
Mhm.
Okay, every person in this city has to be treated the same. That is the fundamental rule under the
Yep.
statute.
Yep.
Okay, so if you have not enforced it for 14 years,
Why not?
okay, you are going to lose in court if you decide to take it there. You will lose. Because they're gonna say that you have not enforced this uniformly. Okay, same thing with the Airbnbs and Bs. They made a rule 20 years ago that you couldn't do an Airbnb in the city of Newport. That you did not stay in, the owner had to be in the house.
Yeah.
Right, all derived from some bread and breakfast lady up here that happened to be on the planning zone that didn't want competition. Never enforced. They're all over the city of Newport. Okay, so.
So I understand.
Yeah.
I understand we're not and haven't for
Right.
a long time enforced that.
Right.
Which may be why you lose the case with JD. Because there are a lot of dilapidated
Potentially.
buildings that haven't been. taken care of.
So to give you an
You do have to
understanding,
treat
yeah,
everybody
so
the same.
to give you an understanding, John Manette and I, who's wrote most of the new bylaws with
Yeah.
me, we have spent hours and hours and hours trying to understand how to reverse this. And we've done a little bit of it as we go along, but we have to be careful because, if we can get them to agree, it's one thing. If we can't, it's not. So basically what we decided to do was, we're gonna write, first of all, reasonable bylaws.
Mhm.
Okay, one that allow chickens, but have rules. And then we're going to, when we get those approved, we are going to draw a line in the sand and start doing it better and more consistently
yeah,
going
going
forward.
forward.
Okay, so that everybody's treated the same and everybody knows what the rules are.
So for the charter, I don't think how they enforce it and whether they're enforcing it has anything to do with it. But what he's saying is eventually, these ordinances are they just tell you, screw you, and you've given them the violation, and it goes to a judicial board,
Judicial.
not the city council,
What about the dog
right?
one?
The dog one is the Travis.
Oh, that's police?
Yeah, he's the animal control officer.
Yeah.
So
But
what
that's
if,
the same thing. If you
I
have-
would say so.
If you have to have a dog put down and they fight you.
It doesn't go to the judicial. You retain jurisdiction and you're
Well, they,
somehow,
yeah, but
it goes
they,
before you guys.
but, so if the council decided that the dog needed to be put down, the owner of the dog can then take it to court.
Right.
They can still fight you in court.
They can appeal it, you think?
So while you're reviewing this, and I ask that, and I'm sorry. Would you, as a group, would you interpret this as? You think I'm interpreting the idea of going to the council every single time I deal with one?
No.
Yes.
no,
No,
no, we
No,
don't
no,
want,
you wouldn't
no.
have.
no, we were
This
just
is-
wondering.
No,
the
it's just
process.
saying that if you
It
give a
takes too
fine,
long to do
say
that.
you give a fine, it's $100,
Yeah.
and the guy says, I can't afford $100, the
Ah.
council can say, okay, we'll take 20.
Almost like a
That's what
tax,
that-
almost like a tax abatement.
That's what that is, yeah. it's like
Exactly.
that, yeah. Okay.
Thank
you
you so
Thank you.
much.
Bye,
But
Frank.
it's
Thanks,
the
Frank.
system that
Kate.
is running,
Frankie.
Get rid of those chickens.
everything's going over there. After-
I guess the question is everything going over there? If everything's going over there, then you're not even imposing, well, you are imposing fines.
I think in the end, if they refuse to pay it, it all goes up.
Wait, I wanna,
Well, if they get a ticket, so.
but you just said, well, I guess you are imposing fines.
You are imposing
But
fines.
we, the council,
The city
Oh, the
is
city.
imposing fines.
but not through the council,
Through an
No.
ordinance,
No, through ordinance.
through
The
ordinance, right?
which is not in the.
So, do we need
Go back
section
here.
24?
We need something in the charter that speaks to ordinances, because there is nothing. Unless I'm not reading it
What
somewhere.
do you mean, what do you mean speaks to ordinance? Just at all? Because if ordinances is only mentioned once in the charter and it's in this clause, what do you want the charter to say about ordinance?
I think, well, he put something at 601 in the other. And it basically said ordinance shall be adopted in accordance with state law.
So do you want
That's
to just,
all.
do you want to just,
Just giving you the,
Okay, my guess is there's another city charter that has a section called ordinances, if he put this here. So maybe that's what we need. Instead of the word
So-
fines, we
so-
need ordinances.
So in 23, right at the beginning, city council shall have the power to make, establish, alter, amend, or repeal ordinances,
Oh, yeah.
regulations, and bylaws.
Oh,
Nothing consistent, right?
Okay.
So I think
Yeah.
this covers how that ordinances are done.
I think you're right.
Perfect. I
I don't
think-
think we need any of it,
I don't,
because the ordinances already address the fine individually.
Does anyone have subject of the failed charter? Does anyone have chapter 6?
Yeah.
Addressed ordinances. and
Yeah.
apparently-
Yeah.
But not
That's
very
what-
much in there.
That's what I just read.
Oh.
One says ordinance shall be adopted with according to state law, period.
That's it.
That's all it says.
Subject to VSA, which Mike says don't.
They don't want, do you want a fresh copy of that?
So I guess we need to put something like that in, or we already.
I think we're covered.
We already addressed that. like you
It's the
said,
opening, it's the opening clause to the city council power.
Why don't we just get rid of all of it?
I'm for that.
All of 24?
Yeah, there's nothing here.
what time are we going to today? It's 11:01.
Noon, right?
Yeah, we talked about, and what about Wednesday? Are we still on for Wednesday at all?
That was my question. I'm
sorry, I
available.
can't do any work at all unless I. It's actually.
It's not a closed session.
All right, so we're done 24. Now we come to 25. Streets and sidewalks. The city council shall have the power to regulate, establish, or alter the grades of streets and width of sidewalks and the construction thereof, Isn't
Not according to the state of Vermont.
this a state thing?
Some of it is, it's on state roads. So anything on Route 5. or
Well, what about Main
105,
Street?
Or 105, which is Coventry Street, East Main,
The Coventry Street's with 5A.
it's,
Five,
it is,
5A.
it's 5A, so is Pleasant Street Extension.
This is 5 and 105. Once
The one
once you
that,
get to Galette's,
where you get to the
turns to
left.
5, and then 100.
Oh, that is
105
5,
goes out.
okay. So those are all state highways, and you can't put a sidewalk anywhere. You don't have, the city does not have the power to do that.
I don't think also does the city have the power to make somebody pay for a sidewalk in front of their house? I don't think
I
so.
wouldn't think so. I mean, I don't think they've ever enforced that.
I mean, that would be kind of crazy.
Part at the expense of the owner or owners of the land or buildings adjacent here to and in proportion with.
Well, you gotta remember back when this was.
Yeah,
written,
exactly.
The
There-
sidewalks were of the privileged.
They still are.
Most everybody else had horse and buggy,
Yeah, yeah.
so that's why this thing, sometimes this charter is just like, okay.
Sidewalks still are for the privileged.
Still has the power to assess abutting
So if you look at the amount of foot traffic on, say, Bluff Road, the extension path is going up to the farm where you're encouraging people to go. And then the lunatics who drive their cars like it's the Indy 500.
Been going on since I was a kid.
Yeah,
Then the racetrack across.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and you've got bike paths now, which you never had back then. I mean, I don't know. Streets and sidewalks.
Does the city, does
So I
the-
don't see. anything
Sharon, you
to
might
keep-
know, does the city council dictate what streets should be made of?
Not that I'm aware of.
It would be-
We have a public works
Right.
department.
It seems like all of these duties that still apply to volunteer.
What does- Yeah, I think so.
They have to come before the council, because public will just come before you, asking to do
About the streets.
changes to side streets or anything, or
Well, I'm the newbie, but not that I'm aware of. I mean, we hear about Vector trucks,
no,
about what.
with trucks,
Yeah.
trucks and things like that. But as far as street composition, I don't think so. But there must be state regulations that have to be followed for these.
I think so, because there was some product produced out of glass that was wanted to be
Right.
used in streets in various places.
Make
And I
them
think
pay
the
them as you-
state prevented that from happening because it wanted a different product.
Well, yeah, there was if the state's paying for it, right, so the state, there are state aid to roads. There was a company that wanted this, and the St. Albans area, using glass, they were crushing glass and
Right.
everything to use, produce aid.
So generally, we couldn't establish what would be the material. We'd have to abide by state law.
Well, if you wanted state money, I guess, pay for it.
yeah.
So we could use it on the side roads that are not state, maybe.
There is a city booklet here. It's called the Public Works Standards and Specifications. And this outlines the types of materials to use for certain projects. It gives you guidelines as to the types of valves, piping, all that you have to go by. And this falls under obviously the Department of Public Works. But we do have a book that outline that.
Would that have been approved by the council, Dennis?
Yeah, it was approved by the city council originally on April 2, 2001, and the total revision was adopted by the city council on May 2, 2005. At least that's a copy I've got here on my desk.
So the city council did use its power to regulate stuff about the contents of what roads and sidewalks should be made of, I guess. At least as far as roads that were not state controlled. that could be in one of the powers that you have for what council can do.
Well, but you could also write something about Public Works has the power to regulate, but with approval of the city council. So they could, I mean, I think you want to retain Public Works to produce maybe another booklet. It's been, what, 20 years or 21 years since the last one was adopted. Public Works may want to put a new one out when there's new things going on. But you still want to make sure that the council retains the authority to approve it, right?
How about if we added, now again, I think this might go under the city council section. How about if we added the city council with the advisement of the Department of Public Works?
Well, you could say the
Shall
Department
have
of Public
power.
Works shall from time to time produce. What's that book called, Dennis?
You could have a customer. City council shall have.
I sent you to your cell phone, just for the ease of seeing it, a sample of road and sidewalk language
What was in here?
for you to read.
Laying out, acquisition, construction, maintenance, repair, regulation, and discontinuance of public ways, including streets, highways, sidewalks, and related infrastructure as provided by law. And where is this
And that-
reference? That's good.
Yeah, it's just, it's a
AI overview.
hodgepodge of what I plugged into AI, yeah. But it's it only applies to city roads, right? So if a
Right,
highway
not
runs
state.
through the city, that's falls under state, but as far as roads that were developed and or will be developed and maintained by the city, that would cover that. And since it vests the power in the city, that would go to, I guess, the city council, but it's delegated to Public Works. They handle that stuff.
Right. Okay, Charlie, what's your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I guess the city council should be able to say,
What,
you know, whether you want to widen Central Street or not.
They're the only people that could have a say.
I mean, that's kind of what that's doing, but what was Travis's? I think this is all gone. You're charging people for stuff and the right to.
the city
assess,
shall,
like, the land, the budding owner and that.
Well, not specifically, it's for sprinkling streets, which we don't do anymore. We haven't done since.
Or adding sidewalks or curbing or,
So I
you
think,
know,
I think we can strike all of the language in there, but we should probably leave something in there about how the
yeah,
city
so what
council-
read that again?
I like, the city shall have authority over the laying out, acquisition, construction, maintenance, repair, regulation, and discontinuance of public ways, including streets, highways, sidewalks, and related infrastructure as provided by law.
I like that. Let's do
Was
that.
it just this, who in the city?
The city, huh?
So that's the next,
It would
is
be-
it the city
It would
council?
be the city council that delegated to Public Works, all right? 'Cause you're the
So
council.
the city council
In consultation.
in
with-
consultation with, so then that would go under city council.
So,
Yeah, the city council with consultation. Can't spell today. Construction.
That's fine.
This and what ways include
They just got some money from.
and
Maybe it's a big thing.
influence
Yeah.
structure as provided
Just walk over
by
and I'll try my-
woo. Yeah, I gotta bold that, right? Okay. Wow. So that means we can now we can strike through 25?
I would say the city council in consultation.
City council in
In
consultation with the Department of Public Works shall have authority over the laying out, acquisition, construction, maintenance, repair, regulation, and discontinuance of public ways, including streets, highways, sidewalks, and related infrastructure as provided by law.
So,
And is it in consultation with, or would it be through? Because Public Works would work at the discretion of the city council. That's just the arm that carries out, what they're supposed to do with streets.
No, I mean, I do think though that Public Works does retain some authority to just make, like, they probably didn't go to city council before they dropped the asphalt and sidewalk, and should they? Probably not. I mean, I think that they,
That's why I'm saying that the city council, through its Public Works arm, is maintaining, establishing. That's just the arm that it works through, right? It's the central body, but this is an extension of it. It's carrying out the.
Well, I think,
You could switch that around, and say the Department of Public Works with approval from the city council.
They don't, do they
But you,
do the regulating is done by council. I mean, you
yeah,
guys
but
make
with,
the all the
under
decisions.
what information do they have?
yeah, I mean, we're not gonna make
Well,
a
what about
decision
with the
without.
advice, city council, with the advice?
But isn't that consultation?
what
I
if
don't know,
you
I've already
just
got that
took-
word.
What if you just took all of that out and just said the city council will approve? Then you're just approving it, like this, like Public Works or anybody could come to you and say, we need sidewalk here, and you just approve it. But like, who actually carries that out or has authority to carry that out? That's administrative, right? It's not necessarily
Yeah.
something that needs to be spelled out in a charter.
I'm okay with it.
yeah, but when you say will, that means shall.
Shall. Yeah.
So are you saying that
Yeah,
anything that anybody brings to you, you have to do it?
Okay, how about
So
the
saying-
city council
City council
shall
shall
have
have
authority over?
Well, shall have authority to, and then it has a long list of things.
Yeah, I've got that.
Authority to approve.
Shall have
I would-
the city council. How come that's doing that? And it's formatting here, it's driving. Insane.
yeah, over's not the right.
I think it might be have authority to approve. I don't know.
To approve
Yeah.
Yeah,
the laying out acquisition.
Yeah, they have the authority to approve. You want Public Works to have.
Well, Public Works is,
I would assume
Um,
that they would be included. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, okay, but let's think about 50 years down the road. This would, if Public Works was ever, what did you call it? If Public Works was ever contracted out, if we got rid of Public Works and we hired a company, this would cover us.
It's a lot of communities are doing. They're going.
Yeah, but we don't know.
They're
again.
privatizing because anything the
Privatizing, that's
government
the word I
does,
was thinking of.
anything the government does, cost you 3 times.
Right,
City
so,
council would still want to have authority over that.
right,
They would.
so this would allow that to happen by
But
putting
it
this
doesn't
here,
say in cahoots with the.
It doesn't
public
say
because
who,
maybe it won't be the
exactly.
public.
maybe.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Whew,
So what are we at? What's the final?
final is what I just, is, the final is, the city council shall have authority to approve the laying out, acquisition, construction, maintenance, repair, regulation, and discontinuance of public ways, including streets, highways, sidewalks, and related infrastructure as provided by law. That covers us with
Now, is that going under 25 or is that going
23.
Oh, I
That's
thought it was-
2023? So when you do that, when you strike out sidewalks and the whole section, we've done several times.
I'm trying to put up here where it goes.
Is there a note in there for the people that are trying to read this, that we've added this to?
I'm trying to do that
23.
now, and we need to do
We
that.
need to do that in every case where
I
we've
put
done-
Yeah,
where
I've
we've
started
moved
doing
it to,
that.
so they can reference.
moved,
Because when people are gonna be looking at, they're gonna be looking at a
Yeah.
striked out thing. And if you put in there, move to section 23.
Are
got
we
it.
gonna be allowed to add, to do that in the charter? Warnings that are going to be listed, we're gonna be allowed to do that?
The legislature doesn't want to see that, you said.
No,
But
but
when we present to
but
the
it-
citizens of Newport, we certainly can have that.
it's
in
not
there.
gonna go to the legislature until after the city has
Approved
approved
it.
it. So, yes. That, my vision is, we're gonna bring this document struck with additions where we've struck stuff out and moved it within.
We're gonna say
We're
where
gonna
it got
say
moved
that.
to.
So that 25, if we strike it out, this section has been moved to number 11 on city council.
And do you think you're going to be able to,
Not send that to the
Not send that in.
legislature. that
No.
way.
but what is the document that, the citizens are going to be asked? to
You're gonna
vote
see
on?
the finished product.
Well, I think you need to see two.
Whatever the
You need to see
legislature-
Clean and finish, and then an annotated version that walks you.
Yeah, and I think that
Yeah, you
anything that
need
we
both.
strike through, we need to put why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
A rationale for.
I think you're gonna see
Annotated.
both. You're gonna see, this is the new document we want. This is the old document with the revisions.
Where it came.
I think you have to have both, because what you're gonna approve is not our comments that this has been moved to
That's
section
right. You're
23.
not.
But are we, is it something,
But at the
That
public
they would have-
meeting,
so it would be
we
at the
should have,
public meeting, not at the.
Right.
vote.
yes,
Yeah,
Right.
they'd have both copies.
yeah, and it'll be on the city
But would they
website.
have, they wouldn't have both copies of the voters.
No, because you can't.
Can't.
You can only have whatever the new document is.
Okay, but we're not quite there yet.
No, we're not, and it's gonna get a little tougher from here.
Okay, now the next one,
Water system.
water systems.
Well, it's gotta include sewer first of all, because nothing does here. And I don't know if that's.
Okay,
because
can we,
didn't
where,
have
what
that
did,
in there.
where's my?
I don't think it does.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
It's 213. And then failed system.
Oh, yeah, sir. Obligation to serve as water and sewer commissioner, 213, I just.
So, rather have under city council 5, so city council shall serve as the board of water and sewer commissioners.
That's under 5?
Board water and sewer commissioners shall meet at least once per calendar year to review the prior year's audit, approve the coming year's budgets, alter the rates as necessary or desirable to sufficiently fund the expense budgets.
So that's what we need to have now.
That's what we have right now.
We have it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have that in the failed one.
That's
No,
that's
we have it.
in this updated version.
Oh, we put it in there. We put it all in the, duties of
Duties
the,
of the city council, yeah.
Well, not all in my, I mean. I
Well, no,
was
that's,
waiting to
that's
get
what we
here.
have in there right
Yeah, but that's about who administers, correct? basically,
And drafting the budget.
and drafting the budget and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I've got some, okay.
I personally think that we should have a section here, water and sewer combined, that specifically states that see if I can get this right. I didn't think we'd get to this part yet. But I've thought about it a lot. So I think somewhere in this charter, it has to say that the funds for water and sewer are handled independently from the general fund. That may not be the exact word. Which they are now. They're in an enterprise fund. They're supposed to be.
It's
No,
all
but
in one fund.
they're supposed to.
But they're working on, they're,
But what I'm saying is, so, because this was a huge problem. This is what got us into
oh, this
eight
one is
hundred
the,
thousand dollars worth of debt. Because this didn't give them any direction. I think the charter will specifically say, first of all, the income for it is from user fees only, not the general taxpayer. Because there are people that don't have either water or sewer, and some of them that just have water and don't have sewer. So just explaining that that's how it has to be set up, and that none of the income from this can be combined
Redirected,
with the general fund,
be redirected.
whatever.
You're right.
So, and that there shall be separate accounting reports. And I just think it ought to be spelled out in the charter so that
Yep.
that
Yes.
never happens.
I agree.
I don't know the exact wording, but
I have another thought, which we get into trouble with too, which is that the budget for all of the city is approved by the citizens for the general fund.
Mhm.
But for water and sewer, it was only about 2 years ago that they finally started even voting on what the water, that the council started, or the commissioners started to vote on whether or not that budget should be approved. It was just originally whatever was thrown up there by the city manager was the water and sewer budgets. Now it's the council has to approve it. But the citizens do not have to approve the water and sewer budgets. And I don't see any reason why not.
no, I may be able to add some thought to that. The voters do not approve any line item in any
Right.
budget.
Absolutely
Because
not.
that doesn't give you the power to adjust things within a budget. But they do vote on
The total.
a budget, a
Yes.
total, which should be listed in the.
But they don't vote on.
The total.
But let's say they don't, let's say they vote for the city budget and they vote against the water.
We don't get to vote against
Yeah.
the water and
Yeah,
sewer.
I think there's a reason. It's a department. You don't get to vote against the
Public Works Department.
police department either.
No, and they constantly tell us that water and sewer are not part of the
Right.
city. They are a separate
An
enterprise
fund.
fund.
Yeah, well, I disagree with that.
Well, if they're not separate, then we should be entitled, the citizens, to vote on
As part of the
Yes.
budget that we vote on, and
The
we're
in-
not.
the
Wait a minute.
income.
We
And the
don't,
They don't list
expenses.
the budget for sewer and water in the budget.
it's separate. It's not voted on by the citizens.
It's not part of the regular.
It's not part of the regular budget.
No,
Well, where do they get the money from?
They manipulate it from the sky.
They get
to
it
us.
they get it from fees. They decide what the fees should be.
Well, that's fine, but it's not
Money's
listed.
from the general fund and then
Shipped
shipped
over
over. to
and
the-
shipped and stolen back.
Yeah.
We have a line, we have a paragraph here that we cut from section 9, which was city council.
Yeah.
That says, this was from the original charter. The city council shall establish rates to be paid for the use of water supplied by the city water works, which shall be called service rates and shall be collected by the city treasurer. Such service rates shall be and are hereby made a lien in the nature of a tax upon the real estate so supplied with water and shall be collected and enforced under such regulations and ordinances as the city council shall prescribe.
You're leaving out of sewer, by the way, from that whole concept.
This is,
Because
I
it's
know,
from
but
our
that's,
whole budget.
but this is what's in the charter now.
Right.
So I have added the word sewer to this title for 26. And now every place where it says the use of water supplied, not necessarily, and collected, but services supplied with water and sewer. Yeah, so we have to add sewer in there, but that's what's in the charter now. And we took out of 9 and added to this section.
But it doesn't cover,
Doesn't
Whether
cover
or
everything. I'm
not
just saying
the
that
budget.
that's here.
the budget should be approved by the citizens.
So
Well, the entire budget.
because,
It isn't,
but
they're not in there.
one thing you have to consider is that not every citizen or every household or
Right.
anyone that's hooked up to the city and water, not everyone that owns property in Newport is hooked up to city sewer and water, right?
That's right.
So they should not be able to also they can't vote on that budget. They shouldn't be able to vote on that budget because they have no skin in the game at all.
We have no skin in lots of the games, but we still have to vote on the budget.
No, the budget, the general overall budget for the city of Newport benefits all Newport residents.
Yes.
The water and sewer does not benefit all Newport residents.
Almost all.
Certainly benefits most.
It does, but
But
when you're talking about fairness, and then you can't allow someone who isn't part of the system to vote yes or no.
So tell me where the fairness is when the way it's set up currently is that those of us who do pay have no say in it whatsoever.
I'm not saying, we're trying to, I'm
No, I hear
not
what you're
saying one way or the other.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that in order to have that system of, if you want to vote have a separate vote on the budget for water and sewer, that it should only be the people that are gaining benefit from the water and sewer are able to vote for that.
The justification has always been, but it's a business account. It's got nothing to do with justice.
okay,
It's
Can-
really important. Really
I think
is.
what's important is that people that are using the system have to say in what the budget is. People
How would
that
So
are
none of
outside
us
of
have a say.
how would you do that?
It's real interesting, but it's just like, so in Coventry, we have a fire district.
Mhm.
The fire district is only downtown because they're the only ones that should be able to vote on that.
Right.
The way it's set up now, it's not. And that's through all other fire districts in the state,
Mhm.
is that I know in Waterford, the people wanted to do something in the center of town that would bring business.
Right.
And that's where the water district is, the fire district is. But the whole of the town voted on bonding for that.
Mhm.
Even though those people had no interest or it wasn't affecting them, they were able to vote and they voted it
this
down.
one's a biggie.
Right. They were
Which-
quite happy to poison the fire
Sure.
district.
Yeah, it's gonna get tough.
That's what I'm saying is that
And then
in a fairness system, it should only be the people that are voting that have benefit of the
So
system.
how would you resolve this?
So-
Yeah,
Because
well,
what
the
we
only
have-
way is you'd have to know who those people are and you'd have to.
What we have is
I didn't
grossly unfair.
I guess I have a question that might get to the heart of what Hannah. Besides the water and sewer funds, are there other funds under the city's purview that are enterprise funds?
No,
Are Are those the only two enterprise
Yeah.
funds? And how long has the enterprise fund system been in place?
Well, this has been the problem. It's been it's supposed to have been that way, but it's been part of the general budget. And so they've been borrowing from Paul to pay Peter all these years for the last 10 years.
So has.
And that's totally illegal because we
Right.
vote on a general budget.
So we vote on a general budget that does or does not include projections for water. and sewer.
Does not
It does
include
not.
water and sewer.
And the reason that the budget did not include those was because these were sitting in enterprise funds that just weren't
What?
included in, or like that was the idea about how they got mixed, right?
That's what they claim.
So I guess was for my personal edification. Why are those funds, why hasn't the city, to be transparent, just absorbed that back into the general budget? Why are they still in
Because
enterprise?
it's not fair. So,
Well, I guess the question that Sunwater doesn't benefit, like, the question that, like, it doesn't benefit, that's the same kind of question I feel like that people bring up when they say, well, I pay education taxes, but I don't.
We don't have
children."
kids.
And like, I firmly believe that it is still in my best interest as a childless citizen of Newport to have educated citizens of Newport. I do also feel like that same argument can be made though for water and say that it's in my best interest if my neighbors are, my neighbors who, I mean, I am on both water and sewer though, so.
Right.
But you know what I mean? Like,
Is there-
even if I wasn't, I would still want people who are on water and sewer. I guess I just,
then if you just commingle it with the general, be a nightmare, first of all.
That's what they do anyway.
That's what they do.
What they
Yeah.
do.
But it's illegal what they do.
Right, we know.
We just never took it before.
We
but
don't
is it
shut
only
down
illegal
anything
because
like that.
we're supposed, is it generally illegal to have that as part of the budget? Or is it just illegal because we say we have an enterprise fund and that's where the money's supposed to be? Like, what part of it is
What?
actually illegal? And I mean, I don't know how much it only is pertinent to the charter if we're concerned that how water and sewer is managed has to be outlined in the charter.
Well, I think it's important that it's in the charter of how it has to. How, it-
Including the.
as far as,
funding.
as far as budgeting and voting on a budget, I don't see that. You'd have to have
That's
a
a
separate
separate
vote.
issue.
They'd have to come in and register on whether or not they're on it. If you're only on water and sewer, you only get half the vote. I mean, that would be a nightmare.
So,
Well-
so
So,
let me ask this though, does the treasurer oversee those funds as well?
yes,
So,
they bill for them, they collect the income for them. City council, who sets the rate, the water rate? City council, I assume.
Yes.
Ultimately, the council,
Ultimately.
currently there's a water sewer task
Trying to get us out of
force that's
that.
trying to finagle its way through all
Yeah,
of that.
Jennifer's
And you
on
wouldn't
that.
need,
So
you wouldn't need to do three budget, and you wouldn't need to approve each of the budgets. You could just approve all of the budgets. There's nothing to stop you from having the general fund budget, the water and the sewer fund budget, and just.
So is
you
the
approve
water-
Budget.
and I should know this, but I don't. Is the water and sewer department budget in the city?
Annual report, it
Yes.
has always been it's been included.
Okay.
And whether or not, and it's just these last.
It's not part of the operating fund for the city. It's a separate operating.
In theory,
It should be,
yes.
not,
Sure.
maybe in theory now because they haven't done it. But,
that's how it's treated.
but that's how it should be.
Yeah.
But if you spell it out in the charter, that it's a separate budget and it's a nonprofit. These are our expenses. These are our things.
It's not how it works, and you know that, it's not how it's.
Yeah, but we're going forward.
Yeah, but if it's not spelled out in the charter, it has to be.
It's gonna end up that way again if we don't
Yeah.
spell it
But I
out.
don't know about voting. The problem
But
is,
it shouldn't be.
It
in
should
the
be.
Well-
general package with- And Danny's right, we vote on the school budget. I don't have kids in the school system, but it's really important that kids get an education or we're all dead in the water.
So, you know, it sounds like this is also a conversation that task force should be having
Yeah.
about it being a separate
and maybe
budget.
they are.
And maybe they are, I don't know.
Which task force?
There's
The
a
water,
sewer.
sewer.
Jennifer says she's on. So, I don't
Well,
know.
and they may not be having
No,
it yet because they've got bigger
Well,
fish
she
to
is,
fry.
she is.
Um,
And that question has never even come up with them because they're not interested in that. part.
Well, they're just not
They're
there
doing
yet, too.
whatever the council designates, they talk about. They're not sort of coming up with new ideas.
Well, yeah, but they also have had a huge task of getting us out of the mess that we're.
So here's my suggestion.
And we're getting
'Cause we-
deeper in it.
We can do the what abouts. Why don't we,
Yeah.
why don't we dig into this? It's a real pet peeve of mine. I'm willing to get into it. Somebody else should too. So it's not
In
just
what, in how?
Huh?
How?
how it should be presented to the public. Which is part of, how it should be voted on. Or
What's
should
the-
it be included in the overall budget of the city? See, that's what you're saying. So right now, the city budget doesn't include water and sewer. So what you vote on doesn't include.
Right.
Water and sewer is just, it was $1 million to operate. It was $500,000 that we brought in income. We have an over expenditure of $500,000. Next year, we have to help our rest too.
And meanwhile, we
To
slide
include
city expenses neatly over there.
And
So
you
we can
can't
say,
do that.
whoopsie, we have to.
But it
raise
should
the
be,
rates."
spelled out that you can't
Right.
commingle those funds. Because that's the big problem we're gonna do. How do you present it to the public and how it's voted on? I think we ought to research that a little bit. I mean,
Mike, you were shaking your head and
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really concerned about people that aren't on them.
Mhm.
I think you really should have two separate budget votes. If you put everything, even though you can keep everything separated out with one budget vote, what happens if the general fund budget gets voted down? That means you've lost everything. It means you have no budget for your water. and
Nearly
sewer.
happened.
you have it for nothing, yeah.
So, and then there's other things within the water and sewer, like you want to put another tower up, you want to do, different things to upgrade the system. Are you voting on that it should be through that budget and not through the general budget? So I think there's a lot of benefits to separating the voting out.
I'm curious how other cities.
I am
Because
very
they all
curious
have-
about that.
And
We're not the only
I'm willing
ones.
to
We're not the
research
only
that.
ones.
Somebody else ought to do it too. Because
Do
this is
fun.
this is a biggie.
Yeah.
And so were you here when you had to vote on all the 800,000 for this? And the $1 billion for that?
This last
That was-
election,
yeah.
this last time,
Yeah.
was the one.
So a big portion of that.
No,
whole-
so she wasn't here for it then.
I don't
No.
think so.
No, because that was a
Okay.
special
So
vote.
that was a real mess. So
Yeah.
the city was $1 million in the hole
Yeah,
on water.
I missed this.
Okay, on water and sewer. And it had been increasing for over 10 years, because they just got shuffled. Take money out of the general fund, put it in the water. If they would,
Slam expenses. that
they would take
belong in
expenses out of the
sewer.
city
Yeah.
and slam them into
Yeah.
water and sewer expenses. That really weren't water and sewer expenses. And there's nothing in this charter that prevents them.
So as the water sewer fund is just trying to unscramble itself, the Vector truck has now just been.
But Ann, but
slotted
I mean,
in.
but Pam,
But it counts.
I know it does, but
Percentage. of it.
it
And
does.
shoot up the rate again.
But for the sake of what needs to be in the charter, so we don't repeat history.
Mhm.
And how other cities are
Right,
doing the
that'd
same,
be great.
what are they doing?
Yeah.
That's what we need to focus on.
Yeah, because I'm
We
sure.
can't
they're
focus
only-
on what's happening.
They all have this.
And I can't believe we're the only ones who have
Well, I mean, it's a user fund separate from,
Can I ask this?
But
This is, I think,
it's still
might be
managed by the city.
an officially stupid question, but I'm gonna
Most
ask it
questions are
anyway.
stupid.
Well, this one might. Wait until you hear. If somebody, let's say that the city budget gets voted down.
Say it again
The
loud.
city budget gets voted down.
Yeah.
Let's say, because that does go to a vote, right?
Yeah.
The
Right.
city budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's say it gets voted down. Then what happens? What's the next step for that? Then,
You have
because
to go back
there's
to the
still,
drawing board.
so
come up
then
with
is
a new
it,
budget.
but then is it a special election?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so it goes immediately to, then that has
you
to
work
be a
on it,
special
da, da, da,
election.
da, da, then there's
Yeah.
another.
Right.
And is
That's
there a
what-
timeline for how quickly that has to be done?
Well,
How fast it has.
realistically, it has to be done, so
Like July
the
1.
original one is March, original vote is March. Your city fiscal year is July 1st.
So it had,
So-
so,
You have to have something done by then,
But
or you
so-
don't have any money to offer.
right, so I would guess. that
Kind of
you
like what
have-
happens with the federal government.
to
So
have-
you aren't-
It stays the same.
You have to have the budget done by start of fiscal year, okay. So there's a cushion, like just a
You're right.
built-in cushion.
Yeah, like 3 weeks. yes.
So if you were to have a vote on, a separate vote on the water sewer
Mhm.
fund. But does water sewer abide by the same fiscal year? They must, because
Yes.
they're a city entity.
Yes,
Yes.
So there's nothing really to, I mean, other than, I guess, this question about whether or not it's fair for people to be able to vote if they don't pay water or sewer or use it. But there's nothing, there's no technical, or not technical, but there's no problem. If we said you have to vote on it and then a vote for water sewer budget got voted down, they would still have to have a special election to pass some kind of a budget for water sewer.
Yes.
So other than the question of fairness, is there any other, what, just because I need to research this, if I'm going to research this, I just want to make sure I understand like what I'm researching.
So let me throw a pink answer. So if the general budget was voted down, it's voted down again in July. If July 1st, you don't have a budget, which is, I don't think that's ever happened with us, but
It's happened with other
Good,
cities.
yeah.
then you have no money to fund the police department, you have no money to fund a bunch of stuff. But if you don't fund, you still have to operate water and sewer. You don't have to have the police department. You don't have to have, I mean, you want one, but water and sewer is.
Are they paid, are the people that run the water sewer plant paid from public works, or are they paid for?
Well, they're supposed to be a percentage. They both, some work just for the sewer. plant.
Yeah.
Some work for both.
Yeah.
So it's split up.
Yeah, but water and sewer, you have, we're talking about special, divorcing everything, then who are they working for? Are they working for public works, which is under the
Part of
city?
public works. Yeah.
So that means that you wouldn't have anybody to operate anything. If the city budget goes down. Even though you had water and sewer, and that's funded, you don't have employees.
Well, you do, because the sewer plant has, they have
Sure.
dedicated
But
employees.
not the city portion, not the part that the city paid.
But does water and sewer pay for them, or does the city budget pay?
Water and sewer pays for it. Where the
Their
city,
employees-
where the
their
city
employees,
employees come in, is you have to repair a water hydrant. The city works employees go over and repair the hydrant.
Yeah.
So you may not be able to get that repaired. But there are people
But
that
the-
are paid just to run
But-
the water and
Yeah.
sewer.
That's what I,
Yes,
is
But
there
it-
separate,
but,
is that separated out?
It is.
It's partially
It
set
is.
up because of some of them.
but the labor, like if you did the street up for a water
Mhm.
pipe, it's public works guys that are doing it. But
Does that get billed back to water? and sewer?
Yes.
it-
Does turn.
So I guess
They have a problem there, are you, or
Well, you could
Water and
do
sewer.
that and still pay them, you just couldn't pay them for the other. Because water and sewer, let's say water and sewer passed, and the general budget didn't.
Yeah, but,
It would be a nightmare, but
well, you wouldn't be, you couldn't hire the city to do it because city can't pay them.
but the city water and sewer.
No, they can't because they're not employees of water and sewer. They're employees of public works. You would have to, probably have to hire out a separate company to come in and do work. But anyway,
It'd be a nightmare.
we're just digging.
Sure was.
We're digging a deeper hole.
You're digging a much, yeah. Charlie, you said one thing, this section, there's 3 things you thought we really need to be thinking about. One, voting, how to present it. It's gonna be voted separately, whatever. Think about what needs to be specifically stated in the charter so we don't repeat history. What was the 3rd thing?
Income, you can't commingle the funds. So the funds that are received for user fees for city and water cannot be used
Right.
to buy a.
Yeah, okay, I get that.
Playground equipment. at
Right.
the beach.
Okay,
So are you suggesting 3 bank accounts?
Water and sewer certainly has its own bank account. It should have.
Should have.
It doesn't,
Isn't that what the enterprise is?
yeah, but it
it's
doesn't get to have its own fund.
Well, then it should. I mean,
all commingled.
yeah, absolutely, sure.
Well, that's easy enough to spell out in the charter.
Yep.
You just say,
And it's easy enough to.
water and sewer fund shall be made separately from the general fund. I mean, that's,
Yep.
that
Shall be
doesn't
maintained as a
seem
separate bank
contentious
Mhm.
to me.
You would think.
No,
so
there's been a
we
problem.
really need to make sure Jennifer's gonna be here next time we meet.
I'll do
Well,
some,
who is carrying the
I think John,
task
and John and Jennifer, maybe. I
Do
think
we
they're
in-
co-chairing it, right?
can we invite
Tice and Jennifer are the 2 most knowledgeable people.
Who?
Paul Tice, who has actually taken himself off the water sewer.
Yeah, he was.
They're
saying
the
so,
2 who are knowledgeable. The other member, Patrick, whatever his last name
Yeah.
is,
Mhm.
he's on it, but that's not his background,
And they weren't co-chairs, it was just one chair, Charlie.
which is John.
So Jennifer, she's up on all of it.
She has the most knowledge.
Yeah, we really need her here next meeting.
You want to talk to John?
Yeah, what am I saying?
I'll talk to Jennifer. I don't know, just ask him. Tell him we're trying to figure out how to put this in the chart.
Well-
What did they do? They didn't do anything.
No.
Yeah, well,
I mean, and I totally disagree with that.
well, I do need to leave, I have to.
Yeah.
But,
Next meeting, what are we doing?
Okay.
I'll research what other cities are doing with their water.
okay,
system.
that would be great. You're gonna look at the other cities. We have down that we're meeting on this Wednesday. It's also Wednesday on the waterfront.
Good.
We
So
already
could
said
we-
that we were switching.
We're
to
gonna
8
switch it to 8 in the morning because, so we
You
don't.
said that.
interfere.
Yeah.
Okay,
2 weeks ago.
okay, so our next meeting is Wednesday at 8 o'clock.
Yes, yes,
It's already been more.
yeah, we've changed it.
And we're gonna focus on this water sewer section.
Yep, and,
And can we look at the next section? That's a biggie too. The next
sale and lease of
city
city-owned
owned
property and city expenses. If we could get those through those 3 or 4 hours, I'm gonna be amazed.
Hey.
But I think we
you
should,
can focus.
I think we should really
We should really try for those 3.
try for those 3 for the next meeting.
Right.
27, 26, 27, and 28 of the current charter. 26.
Okay. Next
Thank you.
meeting, 8 to 12 again, does that work for everybody?
Yeah,
12 Wednesday, motion to adjourn.
so moved.
I don't know.
No,
Sometimes-
Just need a motion. That's okay, we're done.
Dennis, I'm sorry I come
You
up
wanna
on you
unplug?
last time.
Al?
Pardon?
I'm sorry I come up on you last meeting. I was rushing out of here and I just hung up without saying goodbye.
So Dennis, if you can, look at those 3 also
Yep, mm-hmm.
and just,
Yeah.
because those are gonna be big discussions.
I already made a phone call while we were having our discussion about the water and sewer. Someone had made comment that it wasn't fair that everybody pays in on it. So my question to a person involved in the city, I've got to talk to another, was that if I have a house in the city of Newport and I have a well and I have septic system, do I pay anything for water and sewer? Now, my answer to that obviously is no, I don't get a bill because I'm not hooked up to this, I'm not hooked up to any of the infrastructure and I'm not using the water or sewer. I should not get a bill. But I was referred to someone else for the answer, because this person wasn't even sure.
Yeah.
So I'll get that for you for the next meeting on Wednesday.
So my comment on that is the way they charge you for sewer is by your gallon usage of water.
Mhm.
I don't know how the hell they do that.
But
That's a
Well,
good question too.
that goes by your water meter, but also if you're
You
not
don't have a water
using-
meter if you have a well.
right. So if you're not using city water, you cannot be charged for anything. You don't get a bill. In my
Well, there-
opinion, you do not get a bill.
So you don't get either one.
Right. So
Are
that's
there people in
one.
the city of Newport who do not have city water and city sewer?
I don't think we do, but
Are you sure?
You might have some on the bluff.
No.
You might have some down by the airport road.
Let's see.
That's a good question for
Yeah, we
someone.
certainly have some people who are still on wells.
Yes. And Lori Grimm's
And we certainly have
does not have sewer. She's on her own
That's
septic
right.
system. That's out by the water tower.
She's not paying, right, so you have people who are not paying
So
for.
one or the other,
Or
but what
the-
about both?
Yeah, well, so what if you have a well and you use a septic system? You don't
So
have.
that's what
Are there-
Dennis is just saying.
That's what I'm saying.
You
Are
shouldn't be
there
charged
people
at all.
within the city limits in that
We're
situation?
paying, I don't know.
no, apparently nobody knows because I just checked. So I'm gonna be talking to someone else to
You on
find
that
out.
one? Okay, so you're gonna research that one?
Okay,
I will have an answer for you Wednesday morning.
beautiful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good
Take care.
Have a
Bye-bye.
good day.
You too.
Thank you, Ann.
Shut up, Bill.
Just a minute.